Notre Dame fans, IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It's Monday, so y'all know what that means. It is time for the RTCF show. That means we're going to be talking recruiting. That's where the R comes from. Some Notre Dame team content, which is where the T comes from. And then we've got a college football segment we're going to talk about later today, and that is what the CF stands for. So we just try to hit y'all with all types of different topics. I'm joined by my guy, Shaun Davis. Shaun, it was a great weekend. Obviously, Notre Dame had their spring game this weekend. Got the IB staff, a chunk of the IB staff and our wives got together. You, me, Trevor, our spouses all got together for some dinner on Saturday night after the game. And then, of course, on Sunday, there was some big news. Gregory Patrick committed to Notre Dame. We're going to break down his commitment. And then, of course, we're going to have some other recruiting topics to talk about. You never know, Shaun. We might actually have some breaking news that we got to discuss during the show as well. You never know. You never know what may happen. And then after we talk recruiting, talk a little D-line recruiting as well, potentially here. And then after that, we will get into the quarterback battle. And I believe there was some, in my opinion, there was some clarity this weekend. I'm going to let Shaun kind of share his thoughts on the game, just the performance overall, the quarterbacks from the game, because Shaun wasn't able to be part of our post-game show on Saturday. So I want to give him some of that time to talk about that. And then we'll kind of talk about what does all of this mean? And not so much from the blue gold game specifically, but just the spring in general, where Notre Dame is, what Notre Dame should be doing moving forward at the quarterback position. And then to wrap things up, we are going to talk about the situation with Nico Iamaleava, and just what's going on at Tennessee. And we'll talk specifically about the situation with Nico. We're going to share our thoughts on the whole thing. And then just also sort of an overall feeling of, what is this? Is this just a one-off? Is this going to be a trend? Why is something like this even happening? Well, we're going to talk about all of it. Probably not going to have time for a mailbag, but if you guys do want to get some mailbag questions in, feel free to do so. And then if we do have some time for it, we will get to it at the end of the show. So before we really dive into anything, Shaun, it's good to see you, man. It feels like it's been longer than 2 days since we've talked ball, but I'm ready to roll here with you on this latest RTCF show, man.
Man, I'm ready to talk about our topics. Hello to everybody out there. I hope you guys enjoy finally getting to see your team unveiled to you guys as the fan base on Saturday, and it's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I feel like if we talked about all the intriguing topics that were going on today, we would be here till about 2:00 tomorrow. So we're gonna try to narrow it down. Got a note from my guy Tommy Guns asking for some prayer for his sister. Tommy, you definitely got that, man. We will certainly do that for sure, and we'll pray for wisdom and guidance for her for sure, man. But yeah, Shaun, it's gonna be it's like. I thought about rearranging it, just going quarterbacks first, but then I was like, man, if we go quarterbacks first, we may never get to the recruiting stuff. Yeah. So I was like, let me just go ahead and we'll stick to the R, at the beginning of the show. And man, just big picture though, Shaun, Notre Dame recruiting, it's funny, it's early March, late February, we did a show together about recruiting, and we just said, folks, take a deep breath, right? Like, give this new staff a chance to, get hired. And let's see what they do. And let's see what March and April does. And then if we get to the end of March and April, or we get to the end of April and things aren't going well, then we can maybe push the panic button a little bit. But certainly Notre Dame recruiting, Shaun, is absolutely on fire. Got a commitment last week, got last Saturday, then, of course, an in-week commitment, and then you got a commitment yesterday. But just big picture before we dive into the Gregory Patrick commitment, Shaun, just you're starting to see what this recruiting operation is kind of capable of. And if you talk to the people that I talk to, you'll realize this recruiting staff hasn't even gotten rolling yet. I mean, they're just getting their feet wet as the new people are just kind of getting their feet wet. You're seeing some great work, and the foundation is being laid for a really outstanding class, just big picture. And you're starting to see, okay, now you see the 14-2 is starting to pay off in a big way. When you see the type of players that how things are building, and again, it didn't start slow. As we pointed out back then, this is kind of normal for that time of year to only get 1 or 2 commitments in that time. March, April, May, June, that's when things really heat up, and it's certainly starting to do that for Notre Dame.
See, it's transitioning right before our very eyes. And Brian, you know this over the last 3 years when it comes to recruiting at Notre Dame, tradition, education, networking, 4 for 40, all of that is a standard that will never fade away. There were certain elements in recruiting that were missing. And the one thing in this 26 class that we continue to hear from guys, even in talking to Gregory Patrick last night, winning. They can finally say, I now feel like we have a legitimate shot to win a national championship every year. Now that's something Notre Dame can carry in their back pockets as they go and visit these kids at their schools, at their homes, or when they come on official visits or unofficial visits. That's part of the equation now under Marcus Freeman. And it took 3 years to get there, a lot of doubt, some ups, some downs, but they were able to accomplish it. And they accomplished it without it being the perfect team, if you would say, or without certain elements that most people feel like you need to have to get to a national championship team, what makes it even more impressive. But that is what is coming out when you talk to these kids. Now they have a feeling that Notre Dame is a place. It is a landing spot where players, top 100 players, they feel like we can go there and win. And so
and be stars.
And be stars.
Right.
Absolutely. And we talked about that starting with the 23 class when we were talking about the Georgia conversation. Like, what model is Notre Dame going to be? Is it going to be the Georgia model? Is it going to be the Clemson model? Well, the class that we expected to be at the forefront that's going into their junior season, the same as those juniors that won championships for Georgia back-to-back, that's what we're starting to see. We're starting to see the vibe that they were talking as they were being recruited and committed to Notre Dame, starting to permeate now and be felt by the 26 kids, the 27 kids, and they're starting to feel it. I feel it here in Chicago with the conversation, and we'll talk about that. Obviously, right. You see North Carolina has been fertile ground recruiting-wise for Notre Dame. The DMV is starting to become fertile area. They're in a lot of kids like Jazeel Hart possibly coming in. I'm telling you, man, this is what you call taking advantage of winning.
Strike while the iron's hot, man.
Strike while the iron is hot. And Notre Dame in the midst of change. This wasn't like a off-season of continuity. This wasn't like you come in the same group you had that got you to the national championship from an administrative standpoint. No, the day before your junior day, your general manager bounces.
Right.
He bounces the day before your junior day. Chaos. You go out, you try to get someone to fill that void. That's the best, considered the best by most people. He chooses to stay where he is. Now you have to go to option B.
And they then lost Caleb Davis in that period of time, too, who was really him and Carter Allman were doing a lot of work together to kind of handle things between that period. Right.
Absolutely. And so with all of that happening, there was chaos. There was a lot of bloviating over the guy that left, talking about what he's doing and what
he was either the worst recruiter ever or someone you weren't going to be able to replace. Like, that's where the conversation was. You know, it was like, well, you know, that's not true, and neither's that, you know.
It's amazing. But yet now we find ourselves here with Notre Dame, double digits in commits in the 2026 class. And things are trending up as we approach the dead period and then the start of the officials coming up towards the end of May and in June. You have to feel good about where Notre Dame stands right now with this class. Not only this class, I think they're continuing to build momentum even in the 27 class, and they still have their junior days coming up.
Yeah, you could even argue, Shaun, that for a while there, they were hotter with the 27 class even than the 26 class.
That's fair. That's fair.
Just and you look at all the kids that have been visiting, there's been more big-time 27 kids on campus this spring for games than there has been off us. But you know what this period shows, Shaun, as we get ready to transition into the Gregory Patrick conversation. But, like, look, the reality is guys like Rodney Dunham are not as rare as people want to make it out to be. Ebenezer Iwatade is not as rare as people want to make it out to be.
Yeah.
You know, and what I mean by that is, oh, wow, it's top 50 recruits and wow, they actually want to go to class and they want to succeed in the classroom. Like, boy, that's unique. We're lucky that Notre Dame was able to find. No, those guys have always been there. But it gets back to this. And when you listen to the Notre Dame recruiting pitch, when we talk to kids, Shaun, it's not changing. It's still for forever. It's still the academics. It's still the network. The message in that regard hasn't changed. There's only one thing that's changed, and that is Notre Dame played for the national championship this last year. And so I appreciate the fact that Marcus Freeman and his staff are not saying, okay, now let's really sell the football piece of it. And no, they're not. They're talking about it. They're certainly discussing the season. But when you hear some of the things that are said, it's like they're not preaching like, hey, look how amazing the season was. They're like, hey, we got unfinished business, and we need you to help us get to that point. But it's still the same thing that we hear every single year as the main selling points. And I mean that as a good thing, which is it is the academic piece. It is the how Notre Dame can benefit you for the rest of your life. It is all those same things. They are not changing their stance because for some kid who's a 5-star. They're not changing their recruiting pitch for Rodney Dunham just because he's a top 10 overall national player, or Ebenezer Iwatani because he's a top 50 national player, or Caden Finley because he's a big-time top 100 receiver from Texas. And just go down the list of, Joey O'Brien, who's a big-time. They're not changing their recruiting pitch at all. It's those kids were always attracted to Notre Dame for those reasons, but now the football piece is selling. You can say, hey, man, you want to be a DB and come here and be an All-American and a high draft pick? You can do that. Heck, even our 5th-round draft pick last year at cornerback who got underdrafted, in our opinion, went to the NFL and starts almost right away for the Chargers. And our undrafted nickel goes out there and is playing for the Raiders as a rookie, picking off passes. So you now have that football piece to sell. And so now those other parts that kids were always attracted to this, but they were going to pick Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State or Clemson because of the football piece was just significantly better. Now it's not. Now you're more on that level, and that's really why we're seeing what we're seeing. Now it's about continuing that success, Shaun, and they certainly did that this weekend when it came to offensive line recruiting.
And something else, when we talk about this transition that they're going through in recruiting from a personnel standpoint, but also from the standpoint of they are an extreme leveraging position. They are in extreme leveraging position in this 26 class because of the quality guys that they're building. Notre Dame had a good relationship with Peyton Bowen. I think they had a good relationship with Deuce Knight, the guys that ultimately ended up other places. But they went to other places for whatever other reasons you want to talk about. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. But the relationships they have with these guys now is a little bit different because of what they've added to those other things that you talked about. So now they're loading up at different positions, and now they have 3 or 4 guys left for possibly 1 or 2 spots. So now these recruits have to start thinking, wait a minute, my visit is this week and this kid visits 2 weeks before me. Like, man, do I want to commit now? Or do I want the chance that kid visits on his official and he commits on his official and there's no spot for me by the time I get to my official? Like, this is the leverage or the place that Notre Dame resides now, to whereas they have really set up, man, the foundation for this 26 class is really, really good. It's really, especially you talk about defensive line, offensive line in the trenches, which is where you build your program. They have pretty much laid the foundation for both the offensive line and defensive line in their classes. And now they're recruiting from a place of strength, where in the past, they were trying to restore this roster and rebuild this roster. So they were really going out and they didn't have the leverage. And so now that's something different as well that this staff has. And I will talk about it, I'm sure, coming up, if not today, but it shows down the line. You're starting to see a little bit of a change in the way things are done because there was change from an administration standpoint. And some for the good, and we'll see how other things play out in the long term. But you have to love where the recruiting is headed, and I love the way they have accepted the challenge of transitioning and have accepted the challenge of being audacious, more audacious. Yes, now we have elevated the expectation. So guess what? We're going to step it up on the recruiting trail. We're not going to stay status quo and do what we did to get here. We're going to be audacious and go and get those top 50 players, those top 25 players that historically people thought No, they wouldn't want to go to Notre Dame, or they don't have the academics to get into Notre Dame. Hogwash. And it's being it's being disproven right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, we've said that for how long, Shaun? Like, no, there's always kids that Notre Dame can't get. There's always kids that Notre Dame can't get. I also think we can't ignore the fact that Notre Dame's ability to one thing we said about NIL too. Another thing that I think was a good call by us, Shaun, is one of the things we talked about when NIL is like, look, I don't love the way NIL is being implemented, but this is going to benefit Notre Dame. Like, this is going to benefit Notre Dame, because now Notre Dame, who would give you nothing, while other schools were giving you something on the table, now Notre Dame can give you something. Even if it's not as much as other schools, they're going to give you something. And that's certainly been a factor into it. It's, somebody in the chat made a great point too. And there's a long way to go, right? We got to see how Notre Dame finishes this class. But one of the reasons you're seeing more buzz on the recruiting trail for Notre Dame in the 26 class than what Brian Kelly and that staff had for the 2014 class, which was that full class after the 2012 title run, is because with Marcus Freeman, before the playoffs even started, said, I'm not going anywhere. Here's my extension. Stop talking about me in rumors with other programs. Where the head coach of that team was taking visits and talking with the Eagles and those other type of things. And I think that factors into this as well. He quickly, one of my questions at the time was like, should he have waited till after the season? And I finally came down on the after initially being like, maybe I would have waited, but it made sense to do it when they did it, because now during that playoff run, there was no asking players about it. There was no asking him about it. It was like, look, I don't know what else you guys want me to do. I just signed an extension and I said I'm not going anywhere. So you can either keep asking me these dumb questions about, clickbait this and clickbait that, but this is what we're doing. And I think that's been very important. I mean, the ability of Marcus Freeman. Somebody asked the other day in a mailbag, like, what is the thing you learned the lesson on? I think the one thing that Marcus Freeman has done very well is he's been able to stay on message. And even like leading into the game against Penn State, there was a lot of talk about, what it means for him to be a black coach. And then it just kept trying to take it that direction. He kept saying like, hey, this is an honor. But this is what we're here for. We're here to do this. He kept keeping on message, this is why we're here, while still paying tribute to the things over here. And it's really been masterful of that. And you're seeing that now with the way recruiting is going, is like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm trying to build something special here. I'm mad that we lost that game. I don't care about all this other stuff. I'm trying to get this thing going. And I think that's another one of the many reasons why you're seeing the success that they're seeing. Now, 10 commits means they're not even halfway there, right? And so we'll have plenty more to do, plenty of work to do. They're getting off to a good start. They're up to the top 5 area in recruiting, and they're doing it this time without needing to have twice as many commits as the other programs, which is where they were a lot of times in the past. And it's a good place to be. But Shaun, specifically, there was certainly some big news this weekend that we're going to talk about.
Absolutely. Notre Dame landed another commitment along the offensive line. Portage, Michigan, 6'5", 280-pound offensive tackle. Gregory Patrick committed to Notre Dame. Bryan, you're going to get into the impact of this and the background, but I can tell you this: the young man could have called in, could have texted the staff and said, I'm coming. He chose to drive up from Michigan to tell the guys in person he couldn't stay for the blue and gold game.
Didn't stay for the game.
Didn't stay for the game. He said, I just want to drive up.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, his guys, his fellow offensive linemen commits from the state of Michigan, he knew they would be there. So he drove up, and they didn't find out until he was able to tell the staff in person. So it was personable. It was a fantastic event. He was able to tell his guys. He was able to take pictures with him, them, their parents, everybody, and then they hopped right back on the road and got back for a previously scheduled event they had with the family.
An hour and 17 minutes, Shaun. Yeah. And that's not a far trip, but that's 2.5 hours of drive time plus all the time it took to do that. Yeah. And he couldn't even stay for the game. So
so he got a chance to do that. He said he got a chance to tell Sully's and Ben Nichols.
Yeah.
And they were like, dude, we already knew. He was like, I really wasn't telling them.
Right.
He kind of knew. He said they knew I was going to pop it that day.
And you could tell from the other commits the way that they would kind of talk about him that they felt they were in a good place.
Yeah.
You know, and look, from my understanding is he didn't make his decision until this week, like late this week. This isn't one where he did it a couple weeks ago and they had this scheduled commitment thing done. Like he decided late. And you know what I like about it, Shaun, is there was no, okay, I'm going to do it this time. It's like he did it like an offensive lineman should do it. All right, I made my decision. Let me drive down there, look the coaches in the face, tell them what's going on, and I'm going home.
Yeah.
That's kind of how you expect an offensive lineman to commit to your school. You know what
Absolutely.
I mean? So, and also, I mean, more practically too, Shaun, this is a big win. And one of the things we've talked about is, you know, to dominate nationally, you've got to dominate your region. Notre Dame's got to become the best team in the Midwest first before they can be the best team in the country, and they're not that yet. You know, you've got to obviously pass Ohio State. Michigan obviously won a championship last year, and you just went into Michigan's backyard again for a kid that they wanted and beat them. And of the 3 Michigan kids, this is the one that Michigan kind of put most of the emphasis in. Now, of course, the people that cover Michigan are going to tell you like, well, you know, y'all trust me, Michigan wanted this one and wanted this one bad. And so this is one where, Shaun, you had to dip into the backyard of the team that won the national title a year ago and beat them for a kid that is not that far away from Ann Arbor. Now, the good news is he's also not that far away from South Bend, and that certainly helps a little bit. But that added to it, Shaun, is you know, when you want to get into some of these battles and you want to say, hey, we got to beat Michigan, we got to beat Ohio State, we got to beat Penn State. Well, first place to beat them is on the recruiting trail.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things that I think a lot of people don't realize. Depending on where he lives in Portage, Michigan, he's probably closer to the University of Notre Dame than he is University of Michigan, just distance-wise.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame hasn't taken advantage of that enough in the past. And they're certainly doing that on the offensive line in this class. We'll see if other positions follow suit. But they're certainly doing that right now, Shaun, when it comes to the offensive line. Now, getting 3 of your 4 commitments are offensive linemen. So, you know, interesting backstory here, just normal recruitment-wise. But, like, Gregory Patrick's a guy that Notre Dame identified pretty early in the process as a guy they wanted. And, of course, they went after. They got Sullivan Garvin in the class, and they got Ben Nichols in the class, and then eventually I added Tyler Merrill in the class. And there was never a there was never sort of a step back from, do we want Gregory Patrick or not? There were some other questions about how the offensive line class will fill out. We'll talk about that at the end of this segment, but there was never a question when it came to Gregory Patrick about whether or not the staff wanted him. And stayed on him, continued the messaging, the relationship. He went on a visit relatively recently to Michigan, and there was a lot of vibes that Michigan, you know, might have made a move. That wasn't that long ago, Shaun. That was within the last couple weeks. And then now, all of a sudden, you're in a situation where within a couple weeks, he's now in the Notre Dame class. And so you not only landed a big hit, but you beat a rival for him.
A tidbit that he told me, he said he knew he was committing on the drive back home from Michigan. He said after the visit on the drive back home, that's when he knew Notre Dame was the place. So whatever vibes they were feeling,
that's what's really funny about it.
Place. Yeah.
Yes. Joe Rudolph has really shown, like, there's a lot of things we can debate about when it comes to Joe Rudolph. But one thing that cannot be disputed anymore is when he sets his mind to, I want that kid, he's got a very strong track record of landing those players. There's no question about it. And he this is a kid that he's clearly wanted for a long time. This isn't one of those commitments you got because you lost on this kid or you missed out on that guy. This is a prospect, just like Tyler Merrill was, just like Ben Nichols and Sullivan Garvin were, where no, that's a guy that I want. That's a guy that I want. So real big pickup in that regard, Shaun, to be able to identify a top player, not only get him, but then, and you know who else? His Final Four was basically, and I think there was a couple other schools listed, but like the 4 schools that had a shot. It was Michigan, Michigan State, and also Penn State. Penn State was in that for a while and thought they had a shot at him too. So you're really competing with 3 schools for supremacy in the North. And that's Michigan, Penn State, and Ohio State. And you beat 2 of those 3 for this kid. And it's a big win for Notre Dame in that regard.
His dad played offensive line at Michigan State, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So it was a big pull from that Spartan side because of the family connection, the legacy connection. But ultimately, it was about relationship. And he told us even back before he came on his spring visit that Notre Dame made it clear, going back to what you said, that he was their guy. He was their guy to possibly finish out the class, and we'll get to that. Now, will Notre Dame go to 5, or are they done at 4? We both have our ideas of what they might do. But just talking about Joe Rudolph getting locked in on this kid and knowing this is the guy that he wants. And you look at the kid, he was the same way about Anthony Knapp when he came on. He locked on to Anthony Knapp, said, this is the kid that I want. Some other kids that they were recruiting very hard kind of got moved to the wayside and ended up at other schools.
The guy that we liked
Brewer at Penn State, absolutely. And then Anthony Knapp comes in, he ends up being your starting left tackle for a national championship runner-up team. So Joe Rudolph, like you said, he identifies, he goes after, and he usually gets what he wants, like a spoiled kid. So
yeah, that's a good trait to have. Now we'll have some other conversations to have that we don't quite know the answer to certain things yet. I can tell you what I've been told, and we'll have some other things. So we'll get to that conversation later, Shaun. But let's next talk about the class impact, because this isn't just about landing top players. You also got to make sure you're landing players that fit what you're looking for. And when you look at Gregory, I keep wanting to say Anthony Knapp because there are some similarities. When you watch film, there's some similarities between the two. But when I look at Gregory Patrick, it's okay. How does he fit needs? How does he fit into the system? Well, the first one is obviously Notre Dame wanted at least 4 offensive linemen in this class. Like the floor for this class was 4. Originally it was 3, but then there were some departures. Look, they didn't anticipate losing all the guys that they were going to lose on the offensive line. Not that they were like, oh my gosh, they're devastated, but I don't think they thought, hey, we're going to lose Sam Pendleton and Rocco and Pat Coogan and all the guys that they lost. You've had some injuries, so then the floor, then it got moved up to 4, and then 4's been kind of the minimum for a while. So first things first, when you land Anthony Knapp, you're landing a player that fills that 4th player. So now just pure numbers in the class, you've got your 4. And the other thing I like about this pickup, you talk about, it's one thing to land a player, Shaun. It's another thing to land a player that you've got to look at and say, okay, how does he fit into with this group? Well, of the 4 linemen they've landed, this is the most versatile. Now, I have some thoughts about where he should play. I think he's a guy that really fits on the inside, which we'll talk about. But of the 4, he's the one that has the best chance to play tackle. And when you have a guy that versatile, Shaun, it certainly is going to have a huge impact in the class. Because if you're talking about trying to get 5 guys together in the starting offensive line, you got to have 2 tackles. You got to have 2 guards in the center. And having a guy that can fit into multiple spots certainly helps add value to your class.
And I think what you were talking about is that what is the dynamic? How do they view? You talked about how he fares or resembles Anthony Knapp from a film standpoint. And we were thinking like, okay, is he going to be a right tackle? Is he going to be a left tackle, right tackle? Do they move him inside? We know they already have two guys that we think are going to be interior guys in the class with Sullivan Garvin and Ben Nichols. And so we were saying, okay, are they going to 5 to get a tackle? I think the impact of this class, like you talked about with the departures of the 3 guys that eventually left, is going to be bringing that balance back, right? And it goes to almost like having this chart in the office. I'm sure they have one where this is what the roster is going to look like at the end of this season. This is what the roster is going to look like at the end of the 26th season. And that's where you get a guy like Mike Martin coming from the NFL that can help you really construct and kind of direct the recruiting efforts to say, okay, this is what we need to do. This is how we can protect ourselves on the back end. This is how we really make sure that if we lose somebody in the class via the transfer portal, because now you have to think about that every year before you get to December. You can't wait to think about that and have those discussions. You have to talk about that during the spring, during the summer, during the season. Like, that's ongoing discussion. And for Marcus Freeman to have someone like that can go ahead and carry that weight so he can go ahead and coach, and then they can have discussions when needed and make decisions when needed. That's why you love what they've done in the offseason, the continuity they seem to have created, the hires they've had, and now the way they're going about this business on the offensive line. We see the interior already taken care of, and now it seems like the next 2 guys if they do add someone after Gregory Patrick, are going to be tackle centric. And so for me, I think that might even play into, do you think they're going to go left, right from their evaluation? Or are they just looking purely at the best two tackles?
I think they're going to look for the best tackles.
Okay.
I think you look for the best player and the best fit. I think is what you look for and what they're going to fill out. And we'll dive more and I'll explain more of what I mean by that when we get into sort of the what next section. But but when you talk about the fit, though, Shaun, the other part of it is it's one thing to fit into a class numbers wise. It's another thing to plug at a guy. Okay, this guy can play left tackle. This guy, but the other part of the fit is, okay, do you fit the system? And so when you look at Gregory Patrick's game, and you guys will see this on film, what is Notre Dame? Who are they? They are a downhill running team. And I don't mean downhill by like old school power or fullback two-type. No, I mean their top running plays are downhill. They're not a big misdirection team. They run counter. They'll run some gap scheme, but they're not like this slow developing, misdirection. They don't do the mesh thing where you wait 5 seconds to hand the ball off. I mean, they're coming downhill. They're coming at you with inside zone and duo. Those are their two bread and butter players. They're going to run counter. They're going to run outside zone. They're going to run mid zone. They're going to run, I think that we'll see a little bit more, getting the ball outside on some different wrinkles, but they are a downhill team. So you need to have a guy that has a combination of power and athleticism to be able to thrive in that system. So if you're an inside zone duo team that likes to run counter, and they ran some quarterback power last year, which is counter and power are essentially they're sister plays. You just get to it a little bit differently. But when you talk about the run game, it's one thing to get this really fast athletic kid, Shaun, but he's a guy that you need to be doing a bunch of pin and pull with. Well, that's not a great pickup. Or if you're a team that runs a bunch of pin, and this is our beef when we talked about the 23 run game. You're trying to run a bunch of pin and pull with Rocco Spindler and Pat Coogan. That didn't make any sense. That doesn't fit what they do. So when you're a coach, then you recruit to what you want to do. And so when you look at Anthony, did it again. When you look at Gregory Patrick, he is a kid who's got the athletic skill. He's got the demeanor. He's got a really nasty demeanor. He just kind of plays with that edge that you'd expect of a northern offensive lineman at a place like Notre Dame. That blue collar, grind it out. I want to kind of punch you in the face a little bit. I'm going to finish you. I'm going to put you on the ground. Even though he's not a big guy, he plays with that demeanor. And that's something that when you talk about my evaluation of Anthony Knapp in high school, that was something that we talked about as a senior, that we saw a lot more of that from him as a senior, was just kind of being able to play with that power and that demeanor, that disposition, that funky disposition. You know what I mean? And we see a lot of that from Gregory Patrick, but there's also the athletic skills to be a guy that can come off the line quickly, play with good pad level, drive his feet upon contact, work in space on the second level. You see some stuff from him in high school in the screen game where he gets out on the perimeter. There's not a lot of pass blocking clips on his highlights. I don't even know if there's any on his highlights, but you watch his game film, you see a guy that he comes from a system. They don't throw it a ton, but they throw it like they do traditional pass sets. So you'll see some of that stuff. And I actually put one of the full games of his on the message board in there, so you could watch that if you want. But you see a guy that has the skill set that you're like, okay, that fits into what Notre Dame likes to do schematically. And that's an important piece of this puzzle as well, Shaun. I could talk all I want about the kid's unique talent and what his number is and the position, and he's fourth guy in the class, the position. But that doesn't tell us, okay, but how is he going to fit in what Notre Dame is trying to do? The unique thing is I do think he has enough athleticism that if you're going to try to do more pin and pull at some point in time down the road, he brings that to the table as well. Go ahead, Shaun.
That's what I want to talk about. I do love his athleticism because he's a three-sport athlete. Right? You're talking about a kid that plays power forward in basketball, and it's the fifth place hitter on the baseball team. So this kid is very used to moving and being athletic in different spaces. So I think that allows him, when he does play offensive line, even though he hasn't had that opportunity in the offense that he's played in high school, once he gets to Notre Dame, he's athletic enough to go ahead and transition that, and that athleticism would allow him to do the things that Joe Rudolph and the staff is going to be able to ask him to do. I think that's projecting. I think they saw this kid, they projected because of the athleticism. They found out, yeah, he's a good fit, and he's definitely a talented player. 80-inch wingspan, right? Something else that you could look at Anthony Knapp and say, okay, Smaller kids, good arms though. And so that bodes well and transitions well to the tackle position.
So I think overall fit-wise, Shaun, the last piece of this is, do you fit in culturally with the players in the room? And I don't know anything about how he fits with the players currently on this team. I haven't heard anything about that. You'd know better. You've talked to him. He certainly fits in with the 3 kids that are in the class. They have a very strong connection, and that played a big role in his from talking to you and talking to some other people, that was one of the factors that led to him not necessarily picking Notre Dame overall. It certainly played a role, but certainly had a big role in the fact that he's doing it now instead of doing the original plan, which was to take visits, officials, and do all that kind of stuff. To make such a decision now is like, look, I know where I want to go. He went to Notre Dame and felt like this is where he wanted to be. He went to Michigan and felt like Notre Dame was where he wanted to be. And then you've got that bond with those guys in that room, the guys that are in the class. It's why you're seeing it being done now.
Look, Ben Nichols, Sullivan Garvin, and Gregory Patrick were doing their off-season workouts together. Like, there was no hiding from how this was building, where it was trending, and where it eventually landed favorable for Notre Dame with him committing this past weekend. And so you talk about that, but spread it out even further, because the one thing he said to us or to myself this weekend is that, look, it was all about what came across and was the final piece for me was the feel and the family environment in the locker room. And he wasn't talking about the recruits. He was talking about his time around the actual team going back to last year. He was like, that culture and that family atmosphere is what did it for me. I knew that's what I wanted to be a part of. And that went beyond. We know that the offensive line in Notre Dame moves like a herd or moves in herds. They all move together. But it went beyond that. And that's something that we haven't heard. We've always heard offensive linemen talk about, oh, the offensive line is great. The way they are coached, the way they love each other, the way they support each other. The older offensive linemen come back, being able to talk to them and seeing them progress in the NFL allows me to see myself doing the same thing. But now you're talking about a total culture. And it starts with the head coach. That's the difference. It starts with the head coach and it goes all the way down through the administration, executives, and extends even to the school side with professors and everything. Everybody is on one accord when it comes to the football program. And now you can see that love within the program being very much connection, right? Linear, going across all levels. And you just have to love when you hear a kid talk about that. Talk about the culture and the love and the family atmosphere being the difference, because I'm sure Michigan has a culture. They just won a national championship, right? Maybe Jim Harbaugh isn't there, but Sharon Moore still is there. The players were still there from that national championship team. Michigan State, that's family for him. He grew up probably going back to Michigan State over and over again. They have a new coach. They're trying to rebuild something. That is something that probably weighed on his mind. And then Penn State is Penn State, another school with a great lineage and history of offensive line play. So, like you said, for him to leave a visit where everything on the other end felt like it was good vibes. They felt like they did a great job. They knocked it out the park. We feel like we made a move positively in our recruitment with him. And on the way home, he's processing it totally different. Like, yeah, it's good, but it's not good enough. It's just not good enough. It's not Notre Dame. It's not what I've experienced, and it's not what is waiting for me. So that goes to show, and I appreciate young men, regardless of whether or not they wait until after the official visit or they do it before, as long as you go through the process and rightly divide all the information and come to a decision. I don't care how you come to it, when you come to it. This young man did the process right. This is how you go through your recruitment. So I don't worry about a kid like this being swayed off of his commitment. He's locked in.
So, Shaun, now that we've kind of talked about the class impact, now it's time to get into the film. And so we're going to look at some film of Gregory Patrick. You guys are going to see what we're talking about here. He is number 75 for Portage Northern. You're going to get a chance to see that. Plays mostly left tackle. They'll do some things where they'll shift him over and you'll see him on the right side, but it's more so like an overload type of alignment. It's not like he's playing right tackle. So you'll get a chance to see that. So let's dive into some film here, Shaun, and we're going to take a look at Mr. Patrick, and you're going to get a chance to see. The first thing you'll see to bring to the table, Shaun, is he's listed at 280. He's anywhere from 270 to 280, but when you look at him, he's not a real big guy. Like, he's pretty lean, and you see pictures of him, and he's a pretty lean kid. And part of that comes from the what you talked about, the fact that he is a three-sport star, or a three-sport athlete, I should say. Love the overtaking here. But the reason I bring this up, because as you're going to see, not a real massive kid, but as he stops playing multiple sports, and he's got one, because he has that lean frame, he's got a lot of body on him to add good weight. He's not one of those kids you got to bring him in and kind of work off some of that fat and then build him back up. He's a kid that's going to come in kind of lean, in pretty good shape. One of the better athletes of the four that they have committed. All the other three are like over 300 bills now. Like, they're much bigger players. He comes in with that athletic frame, and now it's about building it up, and you're able to put a lot of good weight on him. Reminds me a lot of like a Billy Schrauth type of frame coming out of high school. Remember, Billy was like 285, but he wasn't like this big fat kid. He had like a really good frame, really lean frame. You're going to put a lot on him. And I think that's what I see from Gregory Patrick as well. He's got one of those really, you don't have to reshape his body and get a bunch of chunkiness off of him. Kid is going to come in and have a real big early impact in the weight room.
And one of the things you talk about when you talk about baseball, basketball, those are sports that inherently you have to bend.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bending is something that's part of that. A lot of times when you get guys as big as him, from a height standpoint, that's one of the things they have to work on, right? Because they're just naturally bigger and stronger than guys. But from a technique standpoint, bending, not hinging, at the hips,
right,
and being loose and athletic, those are the things that you see.
You see that here, Shaun, too, right? Like this clip right here is an example. Like, at times he'll lose his base, but it's more so he'll narrow it a little bit, or he'll just lift up his upper body. But you see nice bend here. Good pad level. This is kind of what you're talking about. Is he's I wouldn't say he's like super fluid in the hips, but he's not tight hipped either. You know what I mean? Like, he's a kid that comes off and shows that ability, like you said, to kind of keep that good base, keep that bend. You see it there, boom, nice bend, delivers that pop. And that's example what you're referring to here.
Yeah, so that's something that you love to see. And I think that's what Joe Rudolph saw and said, I can project this kid to play tackle for us and fit for us for where the offense is going. Because that's something else, Bryan. They're recruiting for where the offense is going to be.
Right. You coach up what you have, and then you build for what you want to be. Right.
Yeah.
This right here, you see a little bit of pop right here too, Shaun. Like, one of the things I like about Gregory Patrick is I actually think he has pretty strong lower body. It's his upper body that's going to really it needs the most work, because I don't think he if you look at him, he's not like the biggest upper body guy. He's long, but he kind of looks like a high school basketball. He looks like a high school center in basketball. What I mean by that is, I'm talking about, Shaun, that Midwestern team, and their center 6'4", 6'5", and he's just that kind of country boy looking guy, not fat, just kind of big, and that's kind of how he is. He's going to have to add a lot of upper body strength, but I do like the lower body strength. But he's got some punch in those hands, Shaun. It's not like he doesn't have a little bit of that. He's got pretty fast hands too, you'll see at different times. But this is one where I think he kind of gets a little high out of his stance, but you got a guy slanting across his face. But overall, Shaun, and this is the game right here is the one that you'll be able to watch. There's actually some, it's the whole game on film that I put on Irish Breakdown, so you'll be able to watch. It's one of the full game films you can find. But this is you see some good quickness out of his stance, not good burst. He's got a guy inside of him that he's got to reach, and then that guy works inside. So he's got to really come downhill quickly. He does that. You see the pop. But what you see on film, Shaun, is you do see that he wants to fight with you. He wants to get face-to-face with you in battle a little bit. This might be one of the few pass blocking clips he has on his highlights. But you see it here. Nice, easy feet. Like, watch his feet get up and off the ground. You want to talk about tight ankles? You don't see that. You don't see heavy feet here. See nice agility. There's some things Joe Rudolph is going to be like, I'd like to fix this. I'd like to fix that. But you see nice, easy movement. Feet get up and off the ground relatively quickly. Keeps that base, right? Doesn't lunge. So that comes from a guy like guys at lunge are usually guys that are a little tight hipped or a little tight kneed where they can't really continue that movement. They just kind of naturally, when you don't have great balance, when you're tight, when you're a tight athlete, you're just going to have that natural lean because you don't have the same balance as other guys. But with him, you do see that ease of movement. And the other thing too I like, Shaun, is he doesn't stop. Well, of course, the one clip where he stops his feet, but he stops his feet here because he's delivering a punch, basically. Normally, when he's not doing this, he doesn't stop his feet, but he does quickly move them again. But he's a guy that does a really nice job of working his feet through contact. That is probably the one thing that I feel is my most constant criticism of offensive linemen that are juniors in high school is when they hit, they stop. And when you watch Gregory Patrick, and this is a perfect example, he opens up this run lane here. It's because if he stops his feet for a second and then gets going, this running back is running right into him. There's no hole. If he stops his feet, Shaun, where's the hole? There's no hole right there for the running back. Now there's a hole, right? Because he kept working his feet. If he stops his feet, that hole's clogged up and there's nothing there. But he does a great job of working his feet through contact and opening up that run lane. And again, you can see why he fits what Notre Dame does. It's just come off the ball, inside zone duo, and just drive. And that's what he does.
I love the pickup. Do you think right now, are you thinking, watching this film, left tackle or right tackle?
I'm thinking guard or center is what I'm thinking. Because, here's the thing. This is solid right here. Mm-hmm. But I don't think he's necessarily great in space, comfortable in space. His athleticism shines more when he's working vertically and he's working in tight quarters. This is solid, but I don't know that I see this. And it's the same way on game film that I see a guy that's got sort of that explosiveness out of his stance when in his pass sets. That's why I like the guard center fit. I really like this center's fit, especially. I think he's got a chance to play center, but he could play center guard. But if he's going to be a tackle, I do think, I don't know that left tackle is, you don't face as many of the pure edge rushers as much as you have in the past, which is where they just put them on the backside of the quarterback. You face a lot more teams that are right, left, or field boundary now. But when you're in that instance, I don't know that he's the guy that I don't know that he's as quick out of his stance as Anthony Knapp is. To be honest with you. This is a little sloppy here. This is a technique thing right here, Shaun. He gets a little high, but once he gets moving, once his feet get fixed, right there, that doesn't look good. That's a little icky out of his stance. I just used the word icky in a film breakdown. I can't believe I said that. But once he fixes it, right there, he resets. You see that little reset? Once he resets, right there, then he starts moving, gets upfield real quickly.
Real fast, yeah.
Right? And that's why I say that's the difference when you're evaluating, okay, is his slow feet an athleticism problem or a technique problem? This is a perfect example of that right there.
Now you have to also think about the room that he's coming into.
Right.
But he's coming into a room with Gerby Lambert, Will Black, Anthony Knapp, where it's going to be a pretty, at least 2 deep, 4 to 5 deep. Possibly at the tackle position, Matty Augustine, right? So now, what is the quickest path to get him ready to play?
Well, that's what I love about the versatility, Shaun. To your point, that's a great point, because if tackle is where there's a need, then you put him at tackle. If you think he's a guy that can help you out, get on the field fastest, he's your next best lineman, but you have a need for a right tackle, then you put him at right tackle. I just think ideally the position where he maximizes his potential is inside, stuff. This is that real quick movement out of a stance. I like that. This is a little bit better out of a stance here. But again, once he gets going, he is better. So that's what I say. He's not like a great space guy. He's a tight quarters, that old school expression. He's a phone booth guy, that's who he is. He wants to come off the line and punch you in the mouth. I really feel like his combination of body type, he's got a lot of torso here, Shaun, too. He's not one of those long limbed kids. He's got a lot of torso there in his body as well. I just see a kid that you put him in center guard. I love this. This is what I like. This is when he moves better. He's not trying to pull. He's trying to reach. And that's when you really see his foot quickness shine, where you really see his agility shine. I love this is getting the second level. I'd like to see him take a little bit better angle, get up that upfield shoulder of the linebacker, and because you don't have to work him across the running back. You want to seal that guy off and drive him, but gets the job done, gets good push there, doesn't stop his feet. But you see what I'm saying, Shaun? Like that, he just doesn't look like a guy that's super comfortable as a space guy. Because just because you're athletic doesn't mean that you're a tackle. And that's kind of my thing with Anthony Knapp. That's my thing with Gregory Patrick. He can play it. He can play tackle. But it's like, do I want to have him be a solid tackle or a really good center or a really good guard? That's kind of where the conversation is. And that's the opposite conversation what people have with Charles Jagusah. People think he can be a pretty good tackle, but some people think he can be an elite guard. Okay, well, same thing here. Where at least where the projection is. So you see a lot of, you see the power. The biggest thing for me, Shaun, is I like the athleticism. I like the punch. I like the demeanor. I just think this kid is at his best when he can come off the ball and quickly get on you and start fighting with you. That's why I say I love his interior fit. But some of that inside stuff too, Shaun, or second level stuff also works out great for center because you ideally need a center that can work to the second level effectively and can work in the screen game effectively. And I absolutely think that that Gregory Patrick grades out very well in those areas. What are your final thoughts on it?
I'm just thinking, when you said that, now I start to think about what's his plan from a weight training standpoint. Like, if you're weight trained to be a tackle and have to anchor versus weight training to be a center, you're already a bigger type center being 6'5", 280. So now that leanness and your ability to move really comes into play. I think it's something very interesting to think about. Either way, he's going to add weight. Either way. But I'd be very interested in, how his body ends up, what's the manifestation of his actual physique based upon where he ends up going, inside or at the tackle position. I do love the 80-inch arms, though. That wingspan.
Good length. Good
length. Gives him versatility, like you said. He has some things to work with, some tools to where if you need him at the tackle for whatever reason, he can do it. But if you really want to make him better and go to his strengths in his game, go ahead, put him on the inside to start and let him grow from there. Because he's the type of kid that, once again, there's really no urgency for him to come in and play. There's no urgency unless you just have catastrophic injuries for some reason, which I don't think we'll see that. Knock on wood. Prayers up to God for that. But
we would have said the same thing about Anthony Knapp a year ago.
Absolutely.
He's not going to need to come in and play. He'll have time to put on the weight. He'll have time to fill out. Sometimes stuff happens, but Anthony Knapp had the demeanor to come in and play right away. And the athleticism and the pop, this kid does as well. Now, I'm going to be curious. I don't know the answer to this, Shaun. You'll probably be able to get this from him. I don't know if he's an early enrollee or not. That would be obviously a factor, but he's one of those
still contemplating.
Because he is a multi-sport guy.
Yeah.
Because that means he'd have to pass on the senior year basketball. And is he also a baseball player? Correct? So that's what I thought.
Yes.
So that'll be something for me. If I'm advising him, I'd say, hey, listen, man, you're not a guy that's going to necessarily need to come in and play right away. To your point, Shaun. And so, is there that same need to kind of come in and say, hey, look, you're gonna have to, get in here early. So I always, you get one more shot at this. Don't be afraid to take advantage of it. But if he is going to need him to play early, then obviously the sooner you get him in, the better that'll be for you. So, Shaun, before we move on to our future topics, I did want to discuss sort of a what's next on the offensive line, because this has been one of those things that's been a little bit back and forth. And there has been some talk at times. I know that Joe Rudolph at times had told Gregory Patrick that he would be sort of the fourth guy. I'm hearing things from sources that I have that they're going to get to 5. I'm curious if I would assume that conversation has been had with Gregory Patrick, because when they were at the 4, there were some different circumstances for Notre Dame on the offensive line that are a little bit different now. So the question now is, Shaun, do you get to 5? And before we talk about who that 5th might be, I want to have a conversation about whether or not they should go to 5. And my answer is very clearly, I think they should go to 5. I mean, you're coming off a year where you signed a 4-man class last year. You signed 3 tackle types, although I do think Owen Streebig could maybe move inside and play some guard. and you signed a center in Cam Herron. Now you have a class where even if you think Gregory Patrick can play tackle, you now have 3 interior players and potentially 1 tackle who may project better inside. Just overall numbers of the class, Shaun. I also think with some of the talent they have in the younger grades, you don't assume that Gerby Lambert's a 5-year guy, Jagasal's a 5-year guy, Will Black's a 5-year guy. Some of those tackles may not be 5-year guys. I think that there's a need for one more player in this class, and you need one more pure tackle in this class. Now, a pure tackle can play inside if the need arises, but we're talking about a guy that flat out his number 1 best projection is tackle. I do think, looking at the makeup of the staff or of the roster and just looking what's on the board, I think it'd be a big mistake to end the class now. I believe that they're going to continue pushing. We just saw a tweet from about 30 minutes ago or 40 minutes ago from Grayson McHugh. I got to figure out how to say that.
I think it's McHugh.
That he is going to be on campus this week. I would assume if Notre Dame was going to not take a 5th lineman, they're not going to have that kid waste his time and come on campus this week. But first and foremost, Shaun, what are your thoughts on whether or not Notre Dame should or should not take 5? Because you got to be careful. You don't want to overload at a position in too many years. But I think the fact that they were 4-4 the last couple of years, I do think, and the fact that they did lose Sam Pendleton, who was a guy that had multiple years of eligibility left, I do think puts them in a position where 5 is needed, especially since you don't have a pure natural tackle in this class.
Now, this is where we talk about you have to look forward, right? What does the offensive line class look like in 27? Like, what are your thoughts? Is that more of an interior class versus more of a tackle class? So you talk about Gregory Patrick, you see him going inside. I'm very interested in how Joe Rudolph sees him. But then if you feel like they have mostly interior guys now, you have to get at least 1 true tackle in the class. So whether it's Claude Mpume out of Mount Carmel in Chicago, whether it's Akeem Agboko from South Garner and the same Otade's teammate, or whether it ends up being Grayson McHugh, who is Joey O'Brien's teammate, is LaSalle College Prep. Like, you have connections there. So it's probably going to be one of those guys that they have great relationships with. And Puma's already been down during the spring. I believe Grayson McHugh tweeted out about an hour ago that he's coming in this week.
Yeah.
And then you have Agboko, who just left. He came on the trip with Ebenezer Utade and had a great visit. So,
and that was his 3rd trip to campus. He visited with his brother 2 years ago. I think it I forget which game it was he came in for. And then I think it was the Ohio State game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then he also visited in January with Ebenezer. And then, of course, not with him, but like they both came, their teammates. And then, of course, he was on campus this past week or 2 weeks ago for the Jersey scrimmage as well.
Yeah.
And Shaun, go ahead.
No, just to tap it off, and then I'll let you go ahead. All of these guys, in my opinion, are true. Whether it's going to be a decision of whether or not right or left when you look at their evaluation. I think these guys are true tackles when you look at their film and how they break down and how they fit into what Notre Dame wants to do. We could sit here and talk about who we prefer from the film, but I wouldn't be mad at either one of these young men coming into the class. I do feel like that tackle position is a position that, you have already set the standard for what size you want to have at tackle or what arm length you want to have at the tackle. So if that's the case, Claude Mpume probably is not as long as McHugh and as Agboko. Another tidbit for Agboko, South Garner just invested money to bring in a brand new offensive line coach.
Okay.
So it's going to be very important to see how he, throughout the season, gets better and whether or not they're going to hold off, whether or not Notre Dame is going to kind of slow play this with this last spot in the offensive line to go into the fall to watch film and see how things progress, because I'm sure they have that knowledge as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Joe Rudolph handles this and how he prioritizes this list of 3 guys that possibly end up being the 5th edition in the offensive line class in 26.
Yep. The other thing too, Shaun, is it gets to the point sometimes where it's like, look, the talent on the board is too good to say no to. that's the other part of this is like with Claude and Puma right now. If I'm ranking the 3 offensive linemen, I'd probably go Agboku would be my number 1. It's like where they are today. He'd be my number 1. I'd go Grayson McHugh number 2, and then I'd go Claude and Puma number 3. But even a kid like him, you and I have talked about this how many times. That kid's brand new to football. I think last year, I believe, was his first year playing football. He's a basketball player. And you look at it and you're like, dude, that kid could come to Notre Dame or go to college and never play a meaningful down of college football in his life. You just don't know what kind of football player he's going to be. That kid also could end up being a top 5 NFL draft pick. Like there's that big range. When I look at Agboku, I say that's a kid that's got a higher floor, big-bodied kid. He's the one that to me has the most, like, he could actually be an inside or an outside guy. He's got some physicality where he may be a guy that ends up being a guard. If like the opportunity arises, he could slide in and be a guard, where I think Puma and Grayson are more natural tackles. But Akena's first and foremost, Akeen's first and foremost position, I do think, is tackle. I just think he has a little bit of that body type and that demeanor where it's like if you're the third tackle and they're not that much older than you and you have a need at guard, then you put this kid inside and let him play there. And then if you have a need a year ago, you can always kick him back out. But the other 2 kids, and then you look at Grayson McHugh, who is a guy that 2 months ago I didn't really know who he was. And then Notre Dame offers him because he was a kid that the year before as a sophomore was a defensive end and a tight end. And you look at his defensive end film and it's pretty good. He's a kid that had some early offers as a defensive end. Now, I don't think he's a Notre Dame defensive end. He'd be more of like a 3-4 type of defensive end. But now you look at him, he's 6'7". He's 200. He's up to at least 265 pounds, and he's got like a Mike McGlinchey looking frame. I don't know that he has the same big frame that Joe Alt had. He's going to get over 320, but he certainly looks to me that he has that more of that Mike McGlinchey frame, where Mike McGlinchey got up to like 310, 312 at Notre Dame. Never got more than 315 at any point in time. I think Grayson's frame is more like that, but that's still a 6'7" kid that's 310 pounds that's very athletic and has some range. So it just comes down to sometimes, Shaun, you say, hey, we only needed 3 receivers in this class, but I'm not saying no to that kid. Or we only needed 2 corners in the class, but how do I say no to that stud? And that's also how I feel about the tackle positions. Not only do I think it's still a need, I do think they need another tackle. And it's more so about needing another tackle, not needing a X number of total offensive linemen. It's about the tackle board. I think you need another tackle. It's also about, I don't know how you could have one of those kids want to come play for you if they do, and then say, nah, we're good. Now, what I would not do, Shaun, is say we're going to take a 5th guy just because we need a 5th guy. If the right guy doesn't want to join the class, like if you miss on Agboku and you miss on Claude and Puma and you miss on Grayson McHugh, and then you've got to go down to some kind of like project type of guy that doesn't have a super high ceiling, it might be a solid, but no, don't bring that guy in because he's not going to really help you. He's just a number. He's just meeting a numbers need. I think they need an impact potential tackle. And I think they have 3 potential impact tackles on the board. And I also think because you got Will Black last year, because you got Matty Augustine and Owen Streaming last year, because you got Gerby Lambert and Anthony Knapp the year before, and Styles Prescott, who's looking good so far, I don't think you need to take a guy just to take a guy. But what I think that also does, however, is because you have those players there, you don't need to take a surefire, no-brainer, can play day one guy either. You never turn that down if it wants to come. So I'm okay taking a Grayson McHugh or a Claude and Puma, much more so this year than in past years, because Grayson's a lot like Claude. He may never play meaningful down. He's got to fill out, but he's also a guy that could eventually be could develop. I love that kid's film. He could grow into a first-round NFL draft pick. And that's what I'm saying. Like each one of those kids, Shaun, you tell me if you disagree with me. Claude and Puma, Grayson McHugh, Eken and Boko, pick any order you want them. There's just pops in my head. All 3 of them, if they maximize their potential, are first-round NFL draft picks. And I just don't see how you say no to a kid like that when it's not like they have 5 and you say no to that guy as your 6th. You're at 4. If one of those guys wants to come, I just don't see how you tell them no.
So let's talk about Mpuma, right? Just to give the floor. to kind of give what you're talking about. Like the floor is high and the ceiling, we don't know what it can be because of development. Claude and Puma, of course, Chicago, Mount Carmel. That is a nationally recognized high school football program for over 50 years. Greats, NFL, all the connections are there. Their development, they put out at least double-digit Division I prospects each and every year, whether it's Power 4 or Group of 5. This kid just started playing. You don't walk off the basketball court and become the starting right tackle at Chicago Mount Carmel. You don't do that unless you have some gifts physically. So for him to do that for a team that's trying to win 4 state championships in a row, that's the type of program that is. And for him to come in and be recognized, step off the basketball court, be new to football, and become as good as he's become at the right tackle position for them, that speaks to his talent and his floor. Go ahead, because I was going to go to the next one.
Did he play at Mount? I thought he was at Phillips last year. He's at Mount Carmel now, right?
He's at Mount Carmel now.
Okay.
He transferred actually for basketball.
Okay.
And ended up playing football.
So this will be his first year playing football for them.
This is his first year playing football for them. Absolutely. Okay. And Phillips was like the big time. Their coach left. Phillips had won a couple of state championships as a public school. It was a great story. And then all of a sudden, some tragic things happened. So a lot of those kids filtered out to the Catholic League schools. He happened to be one of those. But he was a basketball guy that was identified that eventually went on to play football.
And he looks like it.
And I mean, absolutely.
He looks like a guy
you can tell because he hasn't played.
Football, right?
He hasn't played football. And so that just sets his floor and gives you the ceiling. You've already pointed out how good he can be.
Right.
But McHugh, you already pointed out his traits, playing on the defense side of the ball, playing defensive end, talking about can he be Joe Alt and grow into that body and bring the athleticism to the tackle position? That's something we're going to have to see. And with Iboko, I mean, this is a kid that I talked to Brian Yarborough, his coach, and Brian Yarborough was like, one of the things we really want him to do, which this is going to be funny. He was like, yo, we need him to realize, stop tapping, because he has a powerful punch. They were like, he doesn't use the full power of his punch. And we keep trying to get him to do that. And hopefully this new offensive line coach can untap that. So there's a lot there with all 3 of these guys that's yet to be untapped that speaks to the high ceiling that all 3 of these guys do have because of their athletic gifts and talents. And like you said, stepping into the room that they're stepping into, if they decide to commit to Notre Dame, they're coming in saying, look, we don't have to play right now. We can go ahead, get right from a technical standpoint, get right from a physical standpoint, and a strength standpoint. And by the time you get to the sophomore year, we're ready to go in and play and compete. It's not a matter of whether or not we're going to win the competition, but we're ready to be a viable competitor for a position along the offensive line.
So, Shaun, of those 3, I would take whoever wants to come first at this point in time. I have a personal preference that I would like, but I think it's a situation where you take whoever wants to come first. My personal preference is McHugh's probably top of my list. I think he's got tons of upside. I think he's a great fit at Notre Dame. I don't dislike the idea of getting a teammate of Joey O'Brien's, but honestly, if Joey O'Brien tomorrow committed to somebody else, my opinion of Grayson McHugh doesn't change at all. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not offering him because he's Joey O'Brien's teammate. It may help with Joey O'Brien, maybe, but I don't care. I want this kid because he can play. I just think, to me, I just think of the 3, he's the most twitchy and athletic. That's really what it comes down to for me. He is the most natural left tackle athletic traits of the 3. I don't know for sure that Akeen and Claude are definitely like elite left tackle types. Claude would be second. I think Akeen could end up being a guy that certainly can play left tackle, Shaun. There's no doubt. But his power potential, to your point, maybe he projects best at right tackle, or as a guy that's an athletic guard. So that's why when I look at the need, I still feel like those other 2 guys to me have the higher, just the greater needs for me. But it's kind of like splitting hairs. It's 3 excellent players. and I may like this guy more, but if somebody else called and said, I want to come, I'm taking him. I don't even need to say, well, let me check with so-and-so first. It's like, you want to come? Cool. Let's do it. Let's sign up. And I think, final piece, Shaun, if you're able to land one of these three, then you're now like, I would say this is last year's O-line class was really good, but you took one elite player, one kind of highly ranked guy with a pretty decent floor, and then two project type of kids. One guy a project, just Matty, he needed to build up his body and all that. And then Cam Herron's, I wouldn't call him a project from a standpoint of like technically he's got things to work on, but you just got to build him up a little bit and get him a little bit bigger. So I don't know if project is the same for him, but he's a pure center. Year before, Styles Prescott's a little bit of a, projectable type of kid. You've obviously had a big time player in Gerby Lambert. Anthony Knapp's a player that had a decent ranking. What I think this class does is this is, in my opinion, if you can get one more tackle in this class, not just because of numbers, but just because of upside and potential, this becomes Joe Rudolph's best offensive line class. It's in the conversation already because Gregory Patrick is ranked in the top 100 by On3. And Tyler Merrill's ranked in the top 100 by 2 recruiting services. I think it's ESPN and Rivals. You get a kid like Grayson McHugh, who, by the way, just is like skyrocketing up recruiting rankings right now. Not that I care much about him, but it perception-wise, it does play in. You're now in conversation for having the best class, offensive line class that Joe Rudolph has had so far.
Joe Rudolph having to come in and kind of like adjust to a different. I think we're going to see his best classes moving forward because of the continuity of the offensive coordinator. I think that plays a major role for an offensive line coach to know where the offense is going, what's going to be expected of the offensive line, and now he can map out the guys he wants to evaluate, prioritize, and then go out and get. Like you said, when he locks on to somebody, he does a pretty good job of getting those guys to come in and commit to Notre Dame. So I think year 2 and year 3 of Mike Denbrock is going to show a great impact on the recruiting trail for that offensive line and for Joe Rudolph. I really think it's going to help him out in the direction that he wants to go. And because of that, I do see, if I had to say from a system standpoint, who plays a lot like Notre Dame, Mount Carmel is in pistol. Their quarterback, of course, he just committed to Iowa State. So they have a passing game. Quinn Burrell is a 27 kid, number 1 wide receiver in the state, number 3 player in the state in the class of 27. That's a kid, once again, true freshman. He's catching touchdowns in the state championship game. That doesn't happen in Mount Carmel unless you're a dude. So that's the type of system that Puma comes from. That is a very balanced system. They run the heck out the ball, but then they throw the ball around a lot because they have 11 personnel on the field pretty much at all times. I really haven't had an opportunity to check out the LaSalle College Prep system on film offensively to see what they run.
They'll throw. I mean, basically, you've watched Joey O'Brien play receiver, right?
Yeah.
That's their offense. I mean, yeah. And
so Akeem Aboko is another one that comes from, I would say, a more run-oriented offense, but Coach Yarbrough did tell me they're going to a more spread-out offense and trying to pass the ball a little bit more. So that's why they're trying to get him up to speed with his punch and some other things in pass pro, and why they brought in the offensive line coach. So it's going to be very interesting. Like you said, you can see a pathway for all three. You would be accepting of the first one that's ready to come. But once again, this is Joe Rudolph. Like, how is he going to play this? What is he saying on these visits? What is he saying about the last spot and when they're going to be ready to take guys? Or is it going to be after all three take official visits? We'll find it out. I'm pretty sure something will start to unveil before the start of the season during the summer.
Yeah, I think so too, Shaun. I mean, I think we could even find out possibly somewhat soon kind of how things are going to shake out. And we'll see. I think a big part of it is, how does Grayson McHugh's visit go this week? I mean, it's hard for me to project how he's going to feel about Notre Dame when he's never been on campus before. Has Claude and Puma come this spring? I know they've tried to get him on campus this spring. Has he visited?
I think he's trying to come after the blue and gold game. He really just started.
Right.
He just started visiting. They had a really tough loss in the state basketball championship. And when I spoke to him, I talked to him about the loss, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to take a couple of weeks away just to get away from basketball before I even start taking my visits. And then he told me he would let me know. He does plan to come up to Notre Dame. He told me he would let me know. I talked to him about a week ago. He said it's probably going to be after the blue and gold game.
Right. So it's all still pretty new for him in the recruiting process. So, and I mean, if I'm looking at Akinu Boku, I think he likes Notre Dame a lot. I do. I think that you don't visit a school 3 times, twice when you're the lead recruit. I mean, he came up with his brother. So, I mean, it was a visit. Notre Dame was recruiting him also then, but the last 2 visits were with him. I still feel like Georgia's going to be a tough school to beat win that recruitment because of his brother. His brothers have. I say, look, now tell your brother to come to Notre Dame. I mean, that's what I would say, but I don't think Nnamdi's. I think kind of likes it at Georgia, but I still think Georgia's the team to beat there. I do think. I mean, look, Notre Dame's capable of winning that one if they want to play the long game with it. Which what I'm told is they'll absolutely play the long game with him if that's their option. And then obviously Grayson McHugh is going to come on campus this week. We don't know kind of where things stand with that one. So that is the latest of there. But I do think at the end of the day that taking 5 is the goal for Notre Dame. All right, so that's going to do it for our breakdown of Gregory Patrick. Before we move on to our next topic, folks, if y'all could do me a favor, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. So what we mean by share this podcast is obviously, number 1, share it. You see a little share button down there? Share the podcast. Number 2, tell your friends and family, people who who are either Notre Dame fans or just college football fans in general, to come check out what we're doing at Irish Breakdown. And of course, give us a 5-star review if you're listening via podcast platform, whether that be listen on Apple, Spotify, whatever the case may be. You can listen to our podcast platform. That is where the Believe comes from. That is our podcast partner now. We are partnered with Believe, and so you can find it anywhere. But you don't have to go to the Believe channel to get our show. You can go to anywhere that you listen to podcasts. So make sure you check that out. But of course, as always, guys, the best place to the best way to support us, and then also the best place to get all the Notre Dame information that you need, is to make sure you sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, Shaun, the other topic that we were going to discuss is not something that we can discuss yet because there hasn't been any news yet. So, what I want to do is I want us to talk to get into the quarterback conversation, and when the quarterback conversation is over, we will then go back to that topic if it's happening then. And then, so we'll mix things up a little bit before we go to the last topic. But this next topic, Shaun, we're going to talk about Notre Dame quarterbacks. And I think this is a pretty important conversation. What I want to do before we do that, we're going to talk about, kind of what we saw from these guys all spring. What was confirmed by the spring practice? What did we learn new, to this? And then also, where does Notre Dame go from here, Shaun? I mean, look, you can't go into the spring, and Marcus Freeman made this very clear. The one thing that there's no debate what Marcus Freeman said on Saturday is he said, we got to go in with 2. We can't go in with 3. And so what does that look like? What does it look like to who do you talk to? Who's the odd man out? What happens then? What's the fallout? So we're going to talk about that. But before we do, Shaun, I wanted to give you a chance just to kind of talk about, just first starting with the spring game, what your thoughts were, what you saw from the 3 quarterbacks, just sort of your analysis of what you saw watching them. Because you were in the stadium on Saturday. You were here with your wife, and then that's why we went out to dinner afterwards. So you were here in the stadium. You weren't just watching on Peacock. You were there at the stadium watching the game. First, want to get your thoughts about what you saw from the 3 quarterbacks. Let's just go oldest to youngest. That's kind of how we did it in the show on Saturday. So just, go Steve, Kenny, CJ. And if you want to talk about Blake, feel free to talk about Blake, because I thought he showed some really live arm skills as well on Saturday. So I just want to get first of all, your take on what you saw. I think that's important because everybody knows what I thought about the game. Mm-hmm. So for you and I to have this conversation, I want to make sure everybody hears what you think about the game, and then we'll dive more into the meat of what people are here to listen to when it comes to quarterbacks.
Well, first and foremost, I was very pleased with the quarterback play. I mean, I'm going to get into the nuance and individual side of it, but from an overall standpoint of quarterback play and scrimmage that I've seen, during my years of covering practices, this is probably about as good as I've seen quarterback play in a scrimmage or a practice. And I think that was something that we saw even last year as we watched Kenny Minchey and CJ Carr on the opposite field, while Riley Leonard and Steve Angeli took most of the snaps during fall camp. We kind of expected that this was what the spring was going to be like from what we could see from across the field. And so I'm really excited because you can tell what every individual has had to work on. You can tell they've been working on that. I feel like Kenny Minchey has gotten better at what he needs to get better at. He still has room to grow. I feel like CJ Carr has improved from the first time I saw him throw and the first time I saw him practice. And then Steve Angeli just incremented. Steve Angeli is just steady. That's who he is. He's a very steady quarterback. And it's all about preference. I will say this, and maybe you could put me in the category of being petty. I've never seen a 180 on perspective of what's been happening at the quarterback position from the media. Never. Because it was literally, it was going this way before the spring game, and everybody got a chance to look, and literally immediately after the spring game, it went totally in the other direction. Just all of a sudden, the reporting on the quarterback situation just totally flipped after one practice, but did it really? I've said all the time, I think you've said it. I'll speak for myself. From a talent standpoint, it's never been a question what guys in the quarterback room had the higher ceiling. There's never been a question.
So you just want to get into it right now.
Oh, like, man.
He's like, screw talking about the game, man. Let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Let's dive right into it.
This is what I'm here for.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
Like, there's no question who the best arms, who the most gifted guys in the quarterback room are. So for the coaching staff, you have to have the guts to make the call. You have to have the audacity to say, hey, that's where we're going. Is it tough? Probably, especially when you have somebody that's steady in the room, that's a veteran in the room, that came in a big-time moment in a national semifinal and did you well and kind of helped you to right the ship and win that game and get to the national championship. It's a very tough position to be in, but that's why you get paid the big bucks. That's why you get paid the big bucks. But what we are seeing now has always been apparent. We always knew it was coming, and I felt like it was going to be very tough to hold off those young players in a spring competition. I even said it on Lucky Lefty podcast last week, Brian. I said, look, I know Marcus Freeman is coming before the media and saying all three guys have done a great job, and right about now, everything's even. I'm like, it's not even. After 9-10 practices, it's not even. It's not. I know that's what they're saying, but somebody is showing that they're ahead, or they have this talent, or they have this ability. And I think, in my opinion, CJ Carr and Kenny Minchey have shown, this is what my ceiling can be in a different way. Kenny is very much similar to Riley. He can impact the game with his legs. He can impact the game with his arm. CJ is very surgical. CJ is going to get through progressions quicker. He's going to run the offense to the T. He really is. You just see how he quickly recognizes, all right, this is where I need to dump it off right now. He quickly recognizes I need to wait on this backside and go through the progression because it's about to pop open. You can see that he knows exactly where to go pre-snap and then waits for it to open up post-snap, right? So with that being shown, now fans, they don't have to, they saw it. They got a chance to see it. Yes, it was one practice, but I doubt very seriously that just was happened circumstance on Saturday. Like on April 12, 2025, things went this way because it was April 12, 2025. No, that has been a cumulative progression from the first practice to April the 12th, and now the evidence was shown for everyone to see. And it just is what it is right now. That's it. CJ was a dude that throws the Larson and Ballman. Like, what are we talking about?
That's where I think people miss me with the whole, he's not a playmaker. I'm like, no. don't confuse playmaking as something you only do with your legs, because you were making plays. One of the best safeties in college football was in coverage on both times to your third and fourth tight ends, and he put the ball absolutely on a dime. But the experience thing, Shaun, I'm kind of over people talking about, because if you want to start the most experienced quarterback, then you know who should start a quarterback for Notre Dame in 2025. You know who it should be? Who on the roster has the most career starts, college football starts in the Power 5 level for Notre Dame?
Tyler Buchner.
Tyler Buchner. He started 4 games. He started a game at Alabama. He started a bowl game. He started at Ohio State. He started against Marshall. Like, if it's about experience, move freaking Tyler Buchner back to quarterback. You play the guy that gives you the best chance to go win a championship this upcoming season. And so the experience thing is great, but it is such a lazy, just kind of grab on for people that don't want to put it out there and say, hey, this is what they should do. Well, I'm just, the experience, screw that. Screw that. I'm tired of the experience conversation, because it's not like we're talking about Kelly Bryant versus Trevor Lawrence, who one guy led the team to the college football playoffs the year before. So-and-so's like Joe Burrow, who went from just a guy. Joe Burrow started an entire season, including the Fiesta Bowl. So like if Steve Angeli wins the job, it's because he was the best guy right now. He moved the offense the best. He performed the best. And I borderline think it's almost disrespectful to Steve Angeli to keep talking about, well, it's just about the experience. A Sun Bowl start in one field goal drive against Penn State in the Orange Bowl does not mean like, well, that trumps everything else. If Steve starts, it's because he won the job. But what's been very clear, Shaun, from this performance is like, look, it's about talent, it's about upside, but also you've got to make sure that these guys have the other things that they're just not going to get overwhelmed. It's not just about talent. It also has to be about, are they poised enough to be able to go out there and handle their business? And that is still the question with Steve and Kenny. But we're at the point now, Shaun, where I don't know how you can see what you saw this Saturday and then go back and see exactly what you saw last year in the Blue Gold game and see what you see in practice and come away with anything other than 8-13 are hands down the 2 best quarterbacks on this roster. Because here's my whole point. The experience thing that the Edge is now is gone after the first game of the season. Gone. If you start with those other guys. Gone. And that will be a much bigger game than the other two. The second thing is, why would you start Steve Angeli for 2 games to lay down the road for the next 2? And you're telling me if Steve Angeli goes out there and beats Miami and Texas A&M, you're going to bench him for somebody who hasn't played yet? That makes sense. How does that make sense to anybody? If he's good enough to go out there and beat Miami and Texas A&M, then you leave him in as your starting quarterback. So, like, the whole argument about I've gotten to the point now where I'm just so over just some of the lazy conversations that we've had about the quarterback room. Because we're acting like dude started 12 games last year. Like, come on. This is about who gives you the best chance to go out and win a championship, not who gives you the best chance to have someone poised under center against Miami. It's who gives you the best chance. And if you do go the road of let's play Steve in the first 2 games and then you transition to the young guys, not only is that a slap in the face of Steve Angeli, who helped start you 2-0, right? Because isn't that the assumption? You're going to go 2-0 with him? But if you don't go 2-0, then start the other guy. If you're not confident he's going to lead you to 2-0 victory, you're going to bench him after beating the 2 best teams in your schedule. And then the young guy's first real big game is the playoffs? That makes sense? That seems reasonable to you? Let's keep these 2 really talented players on the bench. So we go with this experienced guy in these 2 games, and then we'll bring those young guys in. And I'm sure all those games against Purdue and Boise State and Navy and Pitt, Virginia are certainly going to get them ready to play Georgia and to play Alabama and to play Ohio State. Not the Miami and Texas A&M. It just you lost in game 2 to Northern Illinois last year and not only made the playoffs, you hosted a playoff game. So you can handle, I think, losing to Miami or Texas A&M should that happen. And why are we assuming that would happen with one of those 2 kids at quarterback? So what Saturday showed is, and the thing is, Steve did what Steve does. Steve didn't play bad on Saturday. He did what he did. If he's going to take the check downs, he's got a nice arm. It's not great. It's nice. He's going to take too many sacks. Saw that again on Saturday. He's not a guy that can beat pressure real well because of the long release. He's not a guy like, for example, there's just things that the other two kids can do that he can't. And you go look at the walk-off touchdown that CJ threw. It was to a third-string guy against the third-string defense. I get all that. That's not the point. The point is, watch how quickly CJ sees the coverage, realizes Xavier is not going to get covered, and quickly sets his feet and launches the ball down the field. Look how quickly he sped up that action to get that ball out. Steve physically can't get the ball out that quickly. He just physically cannot. His arm motion is too long. His feet are not quick enough to get that throw out. CJ can. Kenny can. Kenny could have made that throw too if the opportunity arose. And so that's why I say is like before I get into the Kenny versus CJ conversation, I think you need to come down to you need to come to grips with the reality of this is a two-man race. And I think the guys in the room know it.
Yes.
If you look at the body language from Saturday, some people realize that they're not those guys. And so that's my big thing is, Shaun, is that's the decision that Marcus Freeman has to make. And honestly, this spring played out in a way that is he's going to have to make the toughest decision possible now that he could have made. Because I think a dream scenario, if you're Marcus Freeman, as far as an easy decision, is Steve plays out of his mind this spring and one of Kenny or CJ separates from the other. And then you tell the other kid he's out, and then that kid either stays down there, keeps working, or transfers, and you got the veteran and the one young talented guy. I think the hardest thing to do is to look at a kid who did start a bowl game, who did come in off the bench in the Orange Bowl. Like, those things should not be dismissed. My issue, Shaun, is they get overplayed like he started a whole year. They get put too much emphasis on the experience. But it also shouldn't be ignored. The poise in which Steve Angeli entered that game, unprepared, meaning like he didn't have the when I mean unprepared is like when you know, hey, I'm going in the next series, you take your time, you throw the ball, you look over, you go over some notes with the coach, you get on the thing, and hey, here's what they're doing. Here's, we're going on 2 minute. We need you to do this. Have your eye out on this. Make sure you have an alert for this. He got real quick. Get a couple warm-up throws, a couple quick nuggets, and then he gets out there, and then boom, 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 field goal range. And, but he took two. I get he took 2 sacks, but like those were mistakes by the offensive lineman. Now that's also part of Steve's issue. He doesn't have great pocket awareness, but like again, there was no at any point in time in that drive was there any sort of panic from Steve Angeli. It was just cool, calm, and collected. You can't dismiss that, but you also shouldn't overhype that as if like he just went and won you the Super Bowl. Like he's Tua coming off the bench against Georgia, leading you to the championship in the second half of the 2017 title game. It's not that either. And so you have to come to this decision to say you can't have 3 guys in this quarterback race. You can't split reps between 3 guys during the summer and especially in fall camp, Shaun. You can't. But I also don't know that what's going on now is it's if you were a CJ guy before, it's like confirmation CJ's the dude. If you were a Kenny guy before, what you saw on Saturday was confirmation that Kenny's the dude. Because you can talk to me about the 6 for 14 all you want. That post route should have been caught. I think that ball in the end zone should have been caught. Kenny also had 2 throwaways in that game as well.
Yeah, that's why when people start putting the stats out, it's misleading. Like Kenny was 6'14". He threw a beautiful ball. You want to talk about a dime?
Malachi Fields catches that ball.
If Will Pauling keeps running instead of slowing down, that's a touchdown.
Well, maybe. Here's the thing. I thought, when I went back and watched it, I thought Kenny overthrew him by a little bit.
Well, I saw him throttle down a little bit and try to pick it back up.
The point, though, Shaun, well, that's what a slot fade is not meant to necessarily be a drop it, lead him type of throw.
Yeah.
But the point is, that was a beautiful ball.
And he knew it off the snap.
Ball.
Yeah.
And that's a guy that he hasn't thrown a lot of passes to so
far. That's at 75% as well. 75, 80%. Yeah.
Right. So, like, when you get to the fall, that like those throws, I don't worry about that. Yeah. That post ball to KK Smith
should have been a catch. Absolutely.
You know, so like, and so you were confirmed that. But here's the confirmation that we should have. A starter was not determined necessarily on Saturday.
No.
What I think was determined, and again, there's still 3 practices left. What I think is determined is there are 2 guys that are just head and shoulders above the other. And that was true. I don't care what anybody says. That was true last week in the Jersey scrimmage as well. Well, CJ missed this throw. And okay. So why is the redshirt freshman standard higher than the veteran, the experienced guy? Because nobody ever talks about the misreads he has. It's always, well, let's look for imperfections in the 2 youngest. That's been the case for over a decade covered Notre Dame. It's always like the younger guy has to show more than the older guy. And it's kind of like, no, like that guy still has a lot to prove as well. And if this young guy is able to make some throws that guy has no chance of, I'd rather work on, hey, maybe you should have thrown the seam route there. That's going to come with more work. Experience can fix that. You can't overcome the talent gap over here. How much experience? Look, by September 13th, was it September 14th or September 13th? If you start Kenny or CJ by September 13th, the experience gap has been negated because they've all been in the Mike Denbrock system the same amount of time, and they only need to start a second game to have more experience than Steve does in those moments. That's it. Whereas you can't all of a sudden ask Steve to make the throws that Kenny and CJ make regularly when we see them. Regularly. And that's where it just comes down to, as much as I love the kid, he needed to be better than those 2, and he hasn't been. And looking good in 7-on-7, better in 7-on-7 doesn't mean anything to me. It's you better look good in team. And so like that's kind of, Shaun, where when I look at this, that's where I'm coming from on this. Like, it was very clear from watching the game on Saturday that, and look, I don't know that anyone that I know thinks Kenny outplayed CJ on Saturday. But to me, it's not about that game was the determiner between those 2. That game was the determiner of who is truly going to be in this conversation in the fall. That's what I think that Saturday was about for me.
And you know this better than anybody. I love Marcus Freeman. I think he was asked about a specific play when I watched it back on the Peacock feed. He was asked about a specific play concerning CJ Carr, whether or not he made the right decision. He said, I'm not worried. He said, when we evaluate these guys, we're not worried about the results. We're worried about decision making. And I have to go back to the film to see if that was the right decision. And it was a pull on the RPO. He was like, so I have to go see what he read off the defensive end to be able to say to him, regardless of the result, you made the right decision on that play. We move on to the next play.
Which was that the pick that CJ threw? What play?
No, that was a run. He ran it up the middle for 1 yard. He pulled it.
Oh, gotcha.
Ran up the middle for 1 yard. They happened to be talking to Freeman at the time, but I think big picture, that's something else, right? Now let's talk about. You talked about the post route to KK Smith that should have been caught. They're going to look at that, look at Kenny and say,
right,
yo, that's a great play. They're going to look at the Will Paulding play. Yo, you saw that at the snap. You got it out quick. Really pretty throw.
Maybe aim it a little bit more on the back shoulder.
Critique it. That's it. Right. But now you're like, that's a great play. Right. And then you look at what he can do running the ball. They're not worried about he was 6-14. They know 2 of those are throwaways on blitzes. And they know that Preston Zinner came on a busted assignment by the right tackle for that sack in the red zone on the 4th and 6th. They'll see all of that, right? But we have to recognize.
I also think he's the quarterback that's hurt the most by having a green jersey on.
Oh, absolutely, because you can't see the fullness of his game.
Right.
You can't see the fullness of who he is. But even that, I still think he's able to shine enough to be able to show he deserves to be one of the two guys to go battle it out in fall camp. And I disagree with some people in the chat. There isn't this big cavern between Kenny Minchey and CJ Carr because you saw one practice. Believe me, we've heard things in earlier practice how Kenny had a great day.
Right.
And things have gotten out. People just didn't want to report it.
Right.
But things have gotten out about
Shaun, I mean, you know the people I talk to.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's been the thing that we've heard about Kenny from the spring is, I think CJ has been the more consistent quarterback. Kenny's the guy that's the flashier one. And but again, that's also part of the thing is what I want to get to is like where these kids need to improve and develop and things like that. But the reality is guys, there's certain things you can't teach. And those are the things that at some point in time start to separate. As long as guys have the mind for the game. And one of the things about CJ and Kenny, which is why I thought what we're seeing now was always inevitable, is because that's something they always were known to have, is they were always known as guys that just they had those intangible parts of the game. And you weren't worried about whether or not Kenny Minchey was going to be able to read the defense or not, or pick up the offense or not. Those were things that we always knew that they had. And so that's when I look at it, it's like you're seeing those things. Now, consistency will come as you get more experience, you get more opportunities, as the quarterback battle gets down to 2, and then eventually one guy wins it.
Exactly.
And so my point is, if you watch Saturday's game and you came away with saying CJ, no question, hands down, best quarterback on the team, I'd say, okay, based on that game on Saturday, I'd agree with that.
Exactly.
But there's just got to be more to it than that, as far as big picture. But I do think we can look at that game and say that on top of other things we've seen and heard, it is very clear that there's 2 that have separated. Now, if I'm a betting man, I'm probably betting on CJ right now, but it's more so, but I wouldn't want to bet against Kenny because there's still a lot more time left for those 2 to battle. But I do think it's those 2 right now, Shaun.
Who on this screen was shocked by what we saw from CJ on Saturday?
We were laughing at it up in the booth. We're like, guys, this is what we see all the time. Like
all the time.
Like so what we saw, Shaun, on Saturday from both Kenny and CJ, it's exactly what we see every time we watch them play. It's like that's not like, oh my gosh, did you? Because here's the thing, I'll tell y'all, like this is how it's got to be. If CJ Carr did things in that game on Saturday, those 2 throws to Kevin Bauman and Jack Larson, and then that touchdown pass at the end of the game. If those are things CJ did and we're like, I haven't seen that from him in practice, then odds are he just was kind of feeling it that day. Right? I mean, if a couple of the throws that Kenny made or some of the runs that Kenny made are just like, boy, I haven't really seen a whole lot in the practice. Odds are he's, just kind of had a good day, or that lack of consistency. We see this all the time from CJ. We see this all the time from Kenny. And that's the whole point. That's what, I mean, you go back to last spring, and it was the same thing. It was a very clear gap in talent between those 2 and Steve last year, but the experience Steve had was also noticeably different between him and Kenny, especially last year. And with CJ, it was kind of hard to evaluate too much on how well he knew the offense because he was running with the 3rd team most of the time. And so the experience mattered a whole lot more last year. It doesn't matter to me now that they've both been in the system the whole time. And it was just obvious on Saturday.
You saw Kenny and CJ both make checks. Yeah. You saw both of them make checks late in the clock. Kenny had to call timeout for one. But it's like you saw now they have the ability to see pre-snap. And I would say CJ post-snap is probably a little bit quicker. Like we talked about the one throw, we really had a problem with Kenny. That was one throw in particular where he waited just a little bit too long and he allowed Taven Benny Powell to catch up and break up the pass attempt because it was there. If he lets that go a little bit earlier with a little bit of anticipation, that's another big play that he has. So, it's just small details like that. There's small details like that. And I'm just telling you, like if somebody's ahead right now, well, the 2 youngsters are ahead, in my opinion. I'll speak for myself.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to talk about between those 2, it is basically this. It's been this all spring, and right now, CJ might be. One has been ahead, the other
the consistency piece. And let's talk more about the specifics here in a second, Shaun. I want to give a couple things here real quick. If you want to look at stats, I do think the stats that you should look at are what did you do against the 1st and 2nd team defense? And so I want to give some data here real quick. CJ Carr, and I went back and watched every single play of the snap of the game. And essentially how I calculated is if over half the guys in the game for that drive on the defense were first teamers, then that's the first team defense. It was very clear who the second team was, and then, of course, the third team was. Against the first team defense, and I think every quarterback had 2 drives against the first team defense. Against the first team defense, C.J. Carr went 5 of 5 for 62 yards and led him on a field goal drive. Kenny Minchey went 5 of 13 for 58 yards, had the one big drop for again, and led him on he did not lead him on a field. He didn't, no scoring drives. Actually, let me just pull up that data and just make sure that, no scoring drives. And then Steve Angeli went 2 of 5 for 16 yards against the first team defense and no scoring drive. So the first team defense only gave up 1 scoring drive, and it happened to be a drive where the offense started at their own 5-yard line with CJ Carr at quarterback. It's funny how people just look for things. Some guy was like, well, yeah, CJ did well, but he did it against the third team. I'm like, did you see who caught the 2 who was in coverage on the first 2 passes he completed? Pretty sure it was Don Schuler.
Not
third string.
Yeah.
Right?
I thought Don tried to bait him on the first one. If you watch it, he stayed under and he didn't think
you know what though, Sean? It's like he didn't think that there's no way he can make that throw.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it can. And he's like,
Don tried to bait him.
Yeah, he did. So 5 of 5 for 62 yards for CJ Carr, 1 of 4 for 15 yards for Kenny, and then 2 of 5 for 16 yards for Steve. Against the second team defense, CJ went 5 of 10 for 56 yards, 1 touchdown, and an interception. The first touchdown CJ threw was against second team defense. Did have the only turnover of the game. Kenny Minchey went 4 of 9 for 43 yards, had a field goal drive and a turnover on downs. And Steve Angeli went 4 of 4 for 27 yards, 1 punt, and 1 turnover on downs inside the 2-yard line. Then against the third team defense, CJ Carr went 3 of 3 for 43 yards and a touchdown on 1 drive. Steve Angeli went 3 of 3 for 66 yards and a touchdown drive and a touchdown pass. And then Kenny went 2 of 2 for 41 yards and had a rushing touchdown. So all 3 of them led touchdown drives against the third team. And then against the first and second defense, the offense only scored 3 times against the first and second team defense. 2 field goals and a touchdown drive, and CJ Carr led 2 of those drives. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore that the third one was now. Again, do I fault Steve for why they got stuffed at the 2-yard line back-to-back plays? No, but there were opportunities for him to make some plays there too. They all had some mistakes in the game as well. But, Sean, I mean, it's CJ Carr against the first and second team, 10 of 15 for 118 yards. Kenny Minchey, 5 of 13 for 58 yards. Steve Angeli, 6 of 9 for 43 yards. Like, that is confirmation of what our eyes also told us. One guy led him on 2 scoring drives, one led him on 1, the other led him on none. Those are facts. That's not analysis. That's not that's just data, right? I mean, it's just facts. And I think when you watch it, and it's not like I don't take great joy in like Steve's just not that guy. It's just the reality of it. It's just the reality of it. And here's a great number though, Sean. Against the third team, they went 8 of 8 for 150 yards and 3 touchdown drives. So that is the mark of good players, though, is when you do play against inferior competition, you light the world on fire. So that is the data from it. But, you know, when we'll talk about the individual players first, Sean, and one of the things I'm going to do at Irish Breakdown is I'm going to write an article for each quarterback, and I'm going to make the case for each quarterback of why they should be the starter and the biggest concern. But I think before we get there, I just wanted to have a big picture conversation and just say, look, we got to have some realistic conversations here. And at the end of the day, this is not at all about who deserves a shot. I've seen people in the chat, so-and-so deserves it. No. That's not how winning championships works. That's not how it works. You don't deserve something because you're a great kid or you've been there the longest. This isn't a seniority program. This isn't an admissions policy for an Ivy League school where if your daddy went here and makes a lot of money and donates, you get it in over the more. No, this is a meritocracy. This is about who does the best, who gives you the best chance to win. And at the end of the day, when your argument for starting a player is he gives you the best chance to win games 1 and 2, but not games 14, 15, and 16, then you have your answer. And everybody that I've seen talk about it's like, well, no, I know these guys give you the best chance to win a championship, but it's about that game one. Steve gives you the best chance of games 1 and 2. Then you have your answer. If those other two kids give you the best chance to win games 13, 14, 15, and 16, then what are we talking about here? What are we doing here? Because you lost to Northern Illinois in game 2 last year and still made the playoffs. So what are we doing here? I think that just from a philosophical, like a logical standpoint, that argument makes no sense. This isn't about somebody earned something or deserves something. It's about earning something based on who gives you the best chance to compete this season. It has nothing to do with so-and-so deserves it. You know, he's a Notre Dame kid. You know why Tony Rice is still beloved? Not because he was a Notre Dame guy. He was. It's because, but if Tony Rice would have gone 6-6 and 5-7 in his 2 years, nobody's talking about Tony Rice. Great guy. Loves Notre Dame. True Notre Dame guy. But nobody's talking about him if he went 6-6 and 5-7 in his 2 years as a starter. Nobody. He's a legend not because he was a Notre Dame guy or a great guy, which he is from everyone I've ever talked to. It's because he won a championship. That's the ultimate standard here. And so when you have this conversation, Shaun, I just feel like we need to start having some honesty about what ultimately is being determined here, what ultimately should be the conversation here, and ultimately what really matters. And this isn't about so-and-so deserves it. It's about who's earned it. And that's ultimately what Marcus Freeman has to decide and his staff has to decide, because by the time you get to end of spring, and he said he was going to do this, they're going to have some conversations with his players about where they stand. And it sounds like Marcus Freeman's going to do now what he's always done, which is be honest with his players about where they stand. And I just think two guys are better than the other.
Let's be clear. I think we both agree that at this point, we would say the odds-on favorite would probably be, if we were betting men, would be CJ Carr, depending upon how things go in the fall, from what we expect to happen as far as a two-man race. But stop typecasting Kenny Minchie. He's not Brandon Wimbush. Stop that. Stop. Just because he can run, stop acting like he can't throw the ball effectively. He's a better passer than Ian Book. He's a better passer than Riley Leonard. I'll say it. He's a better thrower of the football than Riley Leonard. Like, stop. Is CJ mechanically and just overall better in the passing game at this point? Probably so. He's further ahead. But that typecasting of Kenny Minchie, oh, he's like Brandon Wimbush. No, he's not. Stop. Don't do that. For whatever reason you're doing it. I'm not about to sit up here and say why anybody's doing it, but just don't do it. And please don't take one practice as a representation of who he is as a quarterback. Just don't do that. It's going to be a fun time. We haven't had this in a long time as a Notre Dame fan base at the position. We just have not. Enjoy it. Just enjoy it. Because whatever comes out of it when they take the field against Miami is going to be darn good. Because the two guys that I expect to battle it out in the fall can both win a national championship. That's the way I feel.
So first of all, the news that we were going to talk about is Bubba Frasier just committed. But in the chat, chill out on the Bubba conversation. It's published. I got the story out. We're going to get to that in a minute. Let's finish this conversation. So if you guys in the chat could do us a favor, before we talk about Bubba, let's finish this conversation, because this is more of an immediate thing than a receiver that's going to be a senior in high school this next year. So we'll get to the Bubba stuff. That's the news we were waiting on earlier. And that's obviously a big one for Notre Dame. But now, here's the thing, Shaun, is Marcus Freeman does have an interesting and when I say Marcus Freeman, it's really him and the staff. They do have a very interesting decision to make, because you and I agree on you said you speak for yourself, but I'll just say I agree with a lot of that. And you know that I agree with that, because we literally talked about that at dinner on Saturday night. is that, look, I think CJ Carr right now is I thought he was the better player coming out of high school. I think he's the better player now. But I also believe that I was the only analyst that ranked Kenny Minchey as a top 100 recruit coming out of high school as well. You can win a whole lot of football games with Kenny Minchey. And if he beats out CJ Carr, then that tells you something because, guys, CJ is what we thought he was. So if Kenny beats him out, then Kenny's not only what we thought he was, he's better than we thought he was. You can win with both of them. One of those two needs to be your starter. At the end of the day, that's my ultimate takeaway. Now, do I think one guy's better than the other? I do, and I'm okay. You even said it, Shaun. Like right now, I think CJ's the better player right now because he's more consistent, more steady, and he I think complements what you have really effectively. But if you go into the fall and those two battle and Kenny just outplays CJ all fall, then let's roll. I said it last week. Let's roll. Let's do it. Let's do it. And I know you're going to feel the same way if CJ starts. If he beats out Kenny, you got to be a pretty dang good player to beat out Kenny Minchey. Let's roll. But I don't know if it's that simple as far as what decisions you make right now with your football team, because the danger, Shaun, and at no point in time am I sitting there saying they should not be honest. You know my stance. You and I have the same stance. You be honest. But you run into a risk of, if you tell them this is the deal and you say it's a two-man race and it's Kenny and CJ, you run the risk of obviously losing Steve Angeli. And I don't want to lose any of these kids. But at the same time, if you tell them that, hey, this is the current pecking order of 1, 2, 3, that might be honest if you feel that way. They may not actually feel that there's a 1, 2, 3. They may say, hey, look, on some days this is the 1, 2, 3. On other days, this is the 1, 2, 3. But you also run the risk of, well, what if you tell one of the kids that, yeah, you're number 2 right now. Yeah, you're going to compete in the fall, but you're number 2 right now. And then they leave, and the guy you told is number 3 leaves. So I think how they handle this conversation of there's an honesty, and then there's sort of a, okay, what I said was honest. You two are the ones in the conversation. It doesn't really matter who's 1 and 2 right now, because that's only going to matter on the first day of fall camp. Who takes the first rep of the first team? It stops mattering after that, because then it's about, okay, let's see who wins that job. So I do think it's a little bit tricky though, Shaun, because I don't think it's just as easy to, okay, guys, here's the 1, 2, 3, because you do run the risk of, losing 2, because I don't want to lose 2. I don't want to have to burn a red shirt for Blake Hebert, who's a really good talented football player, but he's also raw. You guys saw that on Saturday. He had a couple, if we're talking top 5 to 8 throws of the day on Saturday, you could argue Blake Hebert had one of them, maybe 2. That throw he made to Leo Scheidler was one of the best balls of the day. You could argue that was top 5 throw. Now, no defensive line and all that, but that's not the point. That's a talented quarterback. You also have Tyler, your most experienced quarterback, the guy who has won more games as a starting quarterback. Actually, no, same amount of games. Same amount of games. Bowl games as the other guy is playing receiver. You can always move him back as well and be part of that conversation also. But it is an interesting dynamic, Shaun, and I don't know if any of them will leave. I hope they all come. I hope Steve Angeli's like, look, I'm getting my Notre Dame degree, and then I'm going to go somewhere else. And I hope Kenny's like, hey, I may be number 2 now, but they told me this sucker's not over with, so I'm going to come back and battle. Or if they tell Kenny he's number 1 and CJ's number 2, hey, they told me I'm number 2 if you're CJ Carr, and I'm going to come back in the fall and battle. I hope they all come back. But you can't bring them all back and say you're all going to get equal reps in the fall. You just can't. Now you're setting yourself up to have some issues in the beginning of the season, no matter who starts. And that's where this decision does get a little bit tougher, in my opinion, Shaun.
I think the track record of Marcus Freeman is to have honest conversation. Like you said, what's the layout of this honest conversation? It is depending upon how they feel. They might not see it the way we see it. I see some people in the chat talking about, wouldn't you want to have a veteran as a backup? No, I want to have a really good football player as a backup.
I want to have the best football player.
I don't want to have a drop-off. I want to have a really good football player that I can coach and surround with really good talent. That's exactly what I want as my backup. And so you have to remember, they all have been the same amount of time. They all have been under Mike Denbrock for the same amount of time. So we said that going into the spring, that kind of evens out the competition. Like they're learning the same system at the same time, at the same pace. So now we're seeing what we saw on Saturday. The conversation is, in my opinion, Bryan, this is how we see it. We're going to take some more time to talk about it as a staff. And, you know, I would think that players individually will have conversations with their families and if they have a representative or whomever, they'll have those conversations. And then people start to think about what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, either way, I think regardless of how the conversation goes, both youngsters will be in fall camp.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think either one of the youngsters are going to jump in the portal. That's the feeling I get.
Yeah.
As of right now. So, you know what, man, this is sometimes, man, in order to progress, you have to suffer some things that come with the progress. And the progression of the quarterback room, if it leads to one of these young men having to get into the portal to go chase better opportunity, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, you know, because it's really not a reflection of them. This is the first time you couldn't not come out of that game on Saturday and say, oh, that guy was awful or that guy was bad. That's to be celebrated.
Right. Like
there was no one that played quarterback for Notre Dame on Saturday that you said, oh, he was awful today.
None. And Steve didn't do anything to lose the job.
Nah.
He looked like he always looks. Smart and kind of poised. Take the throws that are there. He got beat out, in my opinion. And again, this is our opinion. We're not nobody at Notre Dame has told me Steve Angeli got beat out. Nobody. This is our opinions based on what we've seen. And then it is what we think the Notre Dame staff should do. So let's make sure that we're clear on this one. But at the end of the day, Shaun, it's just the spring is great to kind of work this stuff out, but you need to go into June, July, summer workouts, and into August saying like, this is what we're doing. And you got to start making some decisions and say, look, this is the 1, 2, and 3 to at least start fall camp off. And then we'll kind of see how things go. So I just think there's too much talent in those two young players to continue to just say, well, this one game of experience and this one drive is just, they can't, like you're telling me no matter what they do, they can't overcome a Sun Bowl start and a drive in the Orange Bowl. And the problem with that is you don't know how they would have performed in that moment. You have no clue how Kenny Minchie would have performed if he was thrust into that situation. By saying this, you're acting say, well, if he was in there, he would have, done this. I mean, that's you're arguing that because this guy's done this, that the others can't. And you're assuming that they're going to go down to Miami on the road and struggle because they're young. You don't know the answer to that. You don't know that. So I just think it's at the point in time where it's like, I don't know what else you need to know. Yes, CJ has things to work on. Yes, Kenny has things to work on.
Yeah.
Kenny can't keep starting slow. That's the big. Kenny he's got to stop being a slow starter. I mean, CJ.
His first drive actually wasn't that bad.
No, he's slow. He starts off like his first throw he misses. He missed his first, I think, 2 of his first 3 throws. One he just misses on a snag route, an easy snag route. He just misses Jerome Benson.
Oh, on the blitz.
Yeah,
the guy turned around.
You got to hit that throw.
Yeah.
Being late on the overthrow to Logan Saldate. It's just things like that where it's like he's a bit of a slow starter. He was like that last year. But then once he gets rolling, you're like, okay, here he goes. That's where he's got to improve. CJ, to me, needs to be a bit more aggressive. And that's why I explained in the game, I wasn't actually upset about the interception. I'm not okay with it.
You want to see
I'm not saying great job, keep it up. But it's like, I've said this before, I'd rather rein a guy in than have to constantly push a guy to throw the ball down the field. And we saw CJ be aggressive on Saturday down the field. He threw 4 balls down the field.
Marcus Freeman coached him up on that play. Because you see, Marcus Freeman, you could tell Marcus Freeman said, yo, when he's on his hip like that, throw him up the field, not across the field, because he's in trail technique. And if you throw it up the field, you give your receiver an opportunity to make the play. And I thought that just showed that Marcus Freeman even was like, okay, that's fine if you're going to make that decision, if that's what you saw. But if that's what you saw, this is how you need to execute that in order to get, what we want to get done and make a big play. So I think those are things that you talk about with young players. They just have to be coached, man. That's it. Both of those guys, hey, Gino Gaduli, you're going to have 2 young boys more than likely. They need to be coached. Let's go.
Make your money.
Earn your money. Earn your money. Right? This is what it's all about. And heck, they got hurt. They got Blake sitting in the bullpen with Noah Grubbs on the way. Have we seen the quarterback room in this position? When was the last time we saw the quarterback room in this position?
Probably 2014, maybe.
With Ev, Malik, and Brandon,
and no, Deshaun.
No, and Deshaun, yeah. But then Brandon was coming,
right? He was going to be there. 15 was Brandon's freshman year.
Yeah,
even at 15, you had Malik, Deshaun, and 2015 is probably more comparable to this one because you basically had a guy that started like kind of one game. All you had with Malik in 2015 was the LSU game. Really, was all you really had. And then obviously Everett was gone, so you didn't have that same Everett dynamic. And Deshaun was a true freshman or redshirt freshman, and then you had a true freshman in Brandon Wimbush. But I think the different dynamic here is you have 4 guys that are really talented in this room, and then you only have 3. Because Blake Hebert is Brandon Wimbush in this discussion.
Right.
So that's there was no Kenny Minchie on that team. You had basically Malik was Angeli, Kaiser was CJ, and then Brandon Wimbush was Blake Hebert. You had no Kenny.
Yeah, right.
You had no redshirt sophomore that had been in the school, the program for 2 years. So
right.
But no, they haven't been in a room like this, and they definitely haven't been in a situation like this with the passers that they have. Yeah. That's the difference. Yeah. Is like you said, people want to kind of put Kenny into this dual threat. No, I'll say it for the millionth time. Kenny Minchie is a drop back quarterback who's really athletic. That's what he is. Right. And so like that, he's not Tyler Buckner. If you want a guy to put in and just run a bunch of quarterback power, move 26 back to quarterback and do it with him, because that's his game. But honestly, if you said, hey, the only way we can convince Kenny to stay, if CJ's the guy, say we're going to put a package together for you like Penn State with Bo Prabula, a buddy of mine brought that up to me this weekend. Would you do that? I said, in that case, if that's the only way I could get Kenny to stay and he was bought in, yeah, I'd do that. I'd be willing to do that. But Shaun, I just think what we saw on Saturday, and we'll wrap it up here because I do want to get to this Bubba Frasier stuff, is Marcus Freeman has some decisions to make, and they're not going to be easy. Because if they see it how we see it, let's just say that for a second. If they see it how we see it, and I don't know if they do, this is the kind of kid that's the hardest to say that to. Because he did everything right. He came here, he's worked his butt off, he's been a great teammate, he's done everything you've asked him to do. You need him to step in for a bowl game, he does it, leads you to an impressive victory. You need him to come off the bench in the second quarter against Penn State. You're losing 10-0, leads you on a scoring drive. He's done it. He come into this battle, have the right. He's done everything you've asked him to do. He has. But at the end of the day, those things aren't why you should start a football game. They're just not. So
I couldn't have said it any better. I could not have said it any better. I would love to be a fly on the wall for the conversations. I tell you that.
Yeah.
I really would. Yeah. Just to see how those conversations are laid out and presented.
Yeah. And then what happens when the portal opens? Now the portal opens Wednesday.
16th. Yeah.
Practice. They're in practice. They have 3 more practices though. I think they might have practiced today. Maybe, I'm not sure. Actually, no, I think they're practicing tomorrow. I could be wrong on that. I think they're practicing tomorrow. But, very curious to see how it plays out. But that's kind of our take on it. I just think you're in a situation now, Shaun, where 2 quarterbacks separated, and I think one guy right now, I believe, is in pole position going into the offseason.
Yeah.
And that is CJ and Kenny have separated. The talent gap is way too great. the potential is way too great. I just don't see how you can justify going in any other direction besides one of those two. And then when you get to the, whatever decisions come after that, you got to be one. You can't not make the right decision because you're afraid of the fallout. That's not how Marcus Freeman got here. Marcus Freeman didn't get here by being afraid of those type of things. I don't believe. And I also don't think you're at the point now where you can keep 3 people happy either. I don't think you can. Because if you tell all 3 of them that it's still very much a split decision, then I think you're not being honest anymore. I have too much respect for these Notre Dame coaches to think they've watched what we've watched. And you're telling me that the only days that Kenny and CJ look like that just happen to be the days we're there for practice? So CJ sucks in practices, but he lights it up 2 years in a row in the blue gold game, and we're just supposed to think that that's the only time he performs well? Come on. I think we all know what's going on here. And then just want to see how it shakes out. So, because I also think the receivers in the O-line need to start getting an idea of who that guy's going to be too. And I think that'll help the quarterbacks with some of those throws you talked about, Shaun, where, okay, you got to put this ball here instead of here. The more reps you get with a guy, the more you're going to be there. So anything to add about the quarterback battle, Shaun, before we move on to the Bubba Frasier news? All right, folks, do us a favor. Hit that like button, everybody. Hit the notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family. Give us a 5-star review on whatever podcast platform you're listening to. And, of course, as always, make sure you sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. We do not steal kids' moments as far as, like, hey, his kid's going to – but I think you kind of had an idea about this news that was coming up. If you're a member of the premium message board, I think you pretty much had an idea that they were in a good position here. If you're a member of our board at boards.irishbreakdown.com, you can sign up for a monthly membership, annual membership, or you can join the Booster Club. And if you join the Booster Club, you get some perks. You get a free IB mug. If you're a Gold Club member, you get not only the mug, but you also get an IB Gold Club t-shirt, all those good things. Shaun doesn't have an IB Gold Club shirt or an IB Club mug. Neither do I. You know why? Because even though we work here, we're not Gold Club members. We're not Shamrock Club members. So definitely some of the perks, and also a great way for you to support what we're doing at Irish Breakdown. So Shaun Davis, my man, the news that we were waiting on. It only came an hour or late, but the news came. And that is that Georgia wide receiver Bubba Frasier, his name is Chris Frasier, but he goes by Bubba Frasier, a wide receiver from Savannah, Georgia. I could probably give Brian Kelly a call and work on my Savannah accent, and I could, talk like Bubba. But from Benedictine Military Academy, which is actually one of the top programs in the state, has committed to Notre Dame. 5'10", 175-pound player, very dynamic football player, Shaun, this past year for Benedictine. Bubba Frasier had caught 46 passes for 753 yards. That's 16.4 per catch and 5 touchdowns. He also had 604 rushing yards, 7.1 per carry, and had 8 touchdowns. And he averaged 12.3 on his 14 punt returns. So that's 1,357 yards of offense and 13 touchdowns on 131 touches. He also, as a sophomore, played corner and had a pick 6 for a touchdown as well. So, Shaun, Notre Dame gets Bubba Frasier, and they have picked up – this is crazy to say this, Shaun. He was basically down – and the other schools, Georgia was in contention. He visited there multiple times. I believe he had an official set to Georgia for the summer. Georgia Tech and Wisconsin were his other top schools. He's ranked as the number 253 player in the country by ESPN. He's also ranked as a 4-star by Rivals. He is a 4-star top 250 player on the Irish Breakdown board with top 100 upside. So, Shaun, you were able to go down to dip into the state of Georgia to get a player. And here's the crazy thing. This floored me when I put this into my article. This is the first offensive skill player to commit since Noah Grubbs in June of 2024. It has been a while. They've loaded up on a bunch of offensive linemen. First skill player on offense to commit since June, and I have a feeling this is going to be something that starts the ball rolling here, Shaun. But Bubba Frasier commits. Mike Brown gets on the board again, receiver commitment number 2. It's a really good one for Notre Dame.
Something that we told the Fighting Irish fan base to relax when there was a lot of panic, specifically not just about recruiting, but the wide receiver position in 2026. And there's still more work to do, right? Because the guys that they have are going to be at best interior guys, maybe two guys that can rise to be the second, maybe the third best guy in your wide receiver room, or that's how you should want it to be constructed. But they're playmakers. That's the one thing I love about both Dylan Faison and Chris Bubba Frasier. So you're going to get into the film. You talk about explosiveness, a guy that's a 4'4" guy that's going to continue to get stronger, continue to get faster, 5'11", 180 pounds. And offensively, they use him everywhere. Field, boundary, slot, screen game. They give him to him on reverses, out of the backfield. This is a guy that you possibly could see in the backfield at some point in Notre Dame. So you're just talking about getting an overall playmaker into the offense. And I think it goes to us seeing Mike Denbrock and Mike Brown now being lock and step, right? I think this offseason, Mike Denbrock probably had a chance to have a conversation with all his offensive staff and just really let them know, okay, year 2, this is where we're going. And so this is what I'm looking for. This is what we're going to need to add to each and every room. And I think we're starting to see that play out in the 26 class. Most definitely is going to continue in the 27 class. So I'm excited about having Faison and Chris Bubba Frasier in the class right now. You still have Caden Finley, and you still have some other kids that they're going to be on. So the wide receiver room, ultimately, 4, 5 is a stretch.
I think they take 5 if the right 5.
If the right 5 is there.
Yeah. 4's the target number, but I think they would take 5 because we'll get to the class impact here in a second, Shaun. I did want to talk about something here real quick, kind of looking at the timeline of this thing too. This is a kid that was offered just a couple weeks after there was the changeover with the recruiting operation. And I believe this is one of him and Mason James were both offered around the same time. And so at the time, Bubba was being recruited by Notre Dame, but he hadn't been offered. They get him on a visit on April 4th. And by the end of that visit, Shaun, it was basically like he kind of had an idea of what he wanted to do. And he commits, obviously, publicly 10 days later. But I think it was about 6 or 7 days ago, I think, that I called you and was like, hey, just so you know, this is what is going to happen. It's going to happen on Monday, and be prepared for it. So this is not an unexpected thing. The staff blew Bubba away during the visit. The vision of how he fits, I think when you look at last year's film, a kid like him is actually going to be one of the types of receivers is actually going to like what he saw from last year's film, because we did see a lot of things that are built towards a player like him with Faison and Greathouse. So I think he sees that and saw the fit there. So Notre Dame did a great job here to be able to go down into Georgia, get a talented kid that the Bulldogs were recruiting, that Georgia Tech is recruiting, Wisconsin is recruiting. Notre Dame lost a top 100 receiver last year to Georgia Tech from Georgia, Isaiah Canyon, who played for Georgia Tech this year and was a very talented player. He's a top 100 guy on my board anyway. I think on 3 also for a while there had him there. So I like the commitment, Shaun, and I do think it's like you said, it's a good win for Mike Brown, and we're seeing a little bit more of Mike Brown's type of receiver to a degree. When you look at some of the guys that we know were his type of offers, Elijah Burris, Scrap Richardson, Mason James got offered after the change. Bubba Frasier got offered after the change. Like, we're starting to see what Mike Brown likes, and that is dynamic athletes, playmakers with the ball in their hands. So, yeah.
And I think that's the type that we're going to continue to see in this offense. The dynamic that you talked about, you and I have been very vocal without attempting to throw someone under the bus about guys in the 25 class at wide receiver that were mistakes that they didn't prioritize and they didn't go after, that probably would have been, I don't want to say easy to get into the class, but
they would have ultimately landed at least one of them.
Yes. Notre Dame would have had a really good shot with both. And so it's very important or interesting that you mentioned that these offers went out immediately after the former general manager left the position, which goes to, power struggles, differences of opinion and evaluation, difference in opinion and prioritization. Now, it seems like Mike Brown and his type was able to come to the forefront, be prioritized, and then he was able to go out and close the deal. I like the fact that Mike Brown is showing that he can close the deal on guys that he identifies and targets. That's a really good sign. Now, can you go out and get the elite guy in the class like a Keon Finley and get him? That's heavy competition that you're going up against. Texas and some of the other top schools that are coming after him that actually have a record or a history of producing and developing a wide receiver position. If you can land his services, now you're really making a statement on the recruiting trail when it comes to Notre Dame and for the future of the offense. So, but Bubba Frasier, for me, he's the type of kid, I'm sure in the evaluation and impact, you're going to come up with a comp, and I can't wait to hear the comp you're going to come up with. But I think for me, what impresses me,
well, you know what it is, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I had to tease it though. I had to tease it. That's what we do in the business.
Like, hold on. I thought I told him.
I was teasing it for the people, B.
I got you.
No, but he plays bigger.
Mm-hmm.
When I watch him, he plays bigger than what his measurables say. You see 5'10", 180, but then you watch the film, it's like, oh, he plays bigger than that.
Yeah, you'll definitely see it in the film. But quickly before we get there, I do like the class impact part, Shaun. You talked earlier, minimum 4 receivers is what they want. I don't know that they necessarily want to add a bunch of slot types, but that's just kind of some of the more dynamic players. The reality is they want the one thing that Mike Denbrock and Mike Brown both know that this receiving core needs more of is just speedy playmakers. Like Elijah Burris, I think Elijah has a chance to be a dude. But Elijah's not a speedy playmaker. He is a route runner, a pass catcher. He's like a receiver. You know, he's not like a guy you're going to throw 10 screens to, run a lot of jet sweeps to, things like that. Doesn't mean he's not really good. It's a different style. They want speed. They want more playmakers. And that's what you're getting here in Bubba Frasier. So you're impacting the class there. Not only get one step closer to getting to that 4-man group, but you're adding playmakers. This is a guy that in the Mike Denbrock offense we saw last year. We saw a lot of now screens. We saw some tunnel screens. We see a lot of quick game. We see RPOs. He wants guys can win on glance routes and different things like that. That's a big part of what Mike Denbrock wants to do with this offense. But in order to really do that, I think you need playmakers. I was actually having a conversation with Kurt Warner about this on Twitter, which is actually really cool because I made a comment about he was talking about quick game. And then we kind of got talking a little bit about I think quick game works best at the collegiate level when you've got playmakers, when you got guys can do things after the catch. Well, Notre Dame didn't have a whole lot of that. And they need more of that. And this is more of that, in my opinion. And so you're adding a player that fits that mold. So class impact-wise, Shaun, I certainly think this is a guy that helps you move the needle in what you're trying to get to on your roster. And as far as how he fits, we'll talk even more about this when we get in the film, but he's obviously a slot guy, but I don't think he's a pure slot guy. I think he's a slot guy because the things he's really good at, you're going to have a better shot at doing more of in the slot. But to Shaun's point, when we get to the film, you're going to see a kid that has some skill to do other things. And that's why my comp for him, let's do it now. My comp for him is Josh Downs from North Carolina. Now, if you look at high school film, Josh Downs played a lot of slot, and he would move around a little bit. But also in high school, the thing I liked, or in college though, Josh Downs played the slot a lot, but he would move around for North Carolina, and I think that Bubba can do some of that as well. He's not a real big kid, but he's built well. 5'10", maybe 5'10". Josh Downs measured in at 5'9", 171 at the combine. I'm pretty confident Bubba's already bigger than that. He's a strong kid. He's a guy that can do a lot of things with the ball in his hands. But the strength, the ball skills, the speed, the route running prowess, the feel for the game, he's a natural. He's not just a dynamic athlete. Like you see a lot of receivers his age, Shaun, and they're real dynamic athletes, but they're just give him the ball and let him go do something. Bubba can do that, but the other thing I like about Bubba is he's a kid that knows how to run routes. He knows how to get open. He's an efficient route runner, which you'll see on the film. And I think that's a very important piece to this is that this kid is not just a plug him in the slot and that's all he can do. I do think he can do other things because of his unique skill set. Are you going to be throwing a lot of back shoulder fades to him outside? No, you're not. but he's also not a guy that you got to stick in the slot and that's all he can do. So I do think he brings some versatility to this class as well. And the reason that matters is because they're still recruiting Braden Robinson. And I think Braden is even more of a natural slot because of his size. So you can't have both of these kids as natural slots where they have to split the reps at one position. Can you play them together? And I think with like Dylan Faison's an outside guy, Bubba's a slot and an outside guy, Braden's a slot guy. And then Caden Finley can play wherever the heck he wants to play at wide receiver. So I think class impact wise, I think that also hits that mark right there with Bubba Frasier because of the fit.
And I think the differentiator between the two, to have both of them in the class, I think Bubba Frasier is technically really sound to be able to do multiple things offensively and play multiple spots. You see a lot of slot guys, sometimes slot guys are just athletes and they're just used to running, over routes or drag routes and getting the ball on screens and just using their athleticism. And then you ask them to run, precise routes. They're not as good. When you look at Bubba Frasier, you put him in a boundary and ask him to run an arrow route, or ask him to run a double move, and he's turning defensive backs around like, yo, that was a really good route, really good feet, no chopping at the top of the route, really getting to the next stem and stemming guys the right way. You see a guy that knows how to play wide receiver. So you're getting somewhat of a polished wide receiver in multiple aspects. You said Josh Downs. He has a little Curtis Samuel to his game from Ohio State because they use him in the backfield, similar to the way Ohio State used to use Samuel. And then they still will put him in the slot in other positions as well. But your comp was spot on. Josh Downs is spot on.
And my comp is built on body type, skill set. Like not so much usage because in high school, Josh wasn't used a ton on run plays. He wasn't used that way at North Carolina. Josh was a kid that at 5'9", 171 had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons for them. And he was mostly a slot guy, but he could play outside as well. And that's kind of how I feel about Bubba is he is a natural receiver. Now, what he does that Josh was just not asked to do, but I thought Josh was actually pretty good at he'd get some reverses and a couple jets in high school. He was dynamic with the ball in his hands, but he just was such a good route runner and he had such good hands that you could use him. And we're going to pull up the film here in a second, Shaun, because I want people to see what we're talking about here. Because, again, you think 5'10", 175. He's consistently like 10.7, 10.8 in the 100-meter dash. He's on his high school's 4x100 team he's on is one of the best in the South, definitely one of the best in the state of Georgia. And you're going to see the speed, but what you're going to see when we pop on this film, and let's just go ahead and bring that up now, Shaun, as we dive into this, what you're going to see now is this kid is not just a shifty, kind of make you miss, get him a screen and quick game kind of guy. This is a kid that can hurt you on all levels of the field. And you're going to see that here. And he actually does play outside a lot in high school, even though I do think he projects. But then they'll move him all over. He's playing in the boundary here. Look at that feel. He's just selling that route, Shaun. Just like, oh, bam, getting behind it, times it perfectly. Now watch this right here. And there you go. That is big-time speed. Big-time speed. They play really good competition. There's a play on here where he scores on a screen pass against Buford down in Georgia. It's a big-time program. You see another play. Look at that efficiency, Shaun. This is what you were talking about. There's no wasted motion here. He's selling the slant, and then just like one step, this corner has no chance. You'd say, okay, that's a high school kid. Guys, that translates. That absolutely translates to the next level. That type of quickness, that efficiency. He's got elite explosiveness, and it's not just a long speed, which you saw in play one, but he gets to full speed right now. You guys hear me talk about attacking leverage? This is it. Where's this cornerback right now? He's playing inside. So what is the cornerback trying to do? He's trying to use his leverage to keep you from going inside. So if you attack his leverage, he's going to do what? He's going to get in defensive mode. He's trying to get inside. I got to protect inside. If you just release outside, you're doing exactly what he wants you to do. And so many receivers, even in college, will just do that. He's giving me a free release. Watch how Bubba comes off the line and stems him up, attacks his leverage. What I told my receivers is attack his leverage, aiming point is his outside shoulder. I got more specific. You want to get outside armpit. This is exactly what Bubba does. And then look at that guy right now, that stutter of like, okay, I got to protect inside. That was just enough for Bubba to say, I'm going to beat you deep. Now, I think he should have stuck on the stem a little bit longer. I think he got off the stem a little bit too quick. And that would be something I would correct him on. You don't want to get too close where the guy can jam you, but you can certainly get closer here. But this is another aspect we're talking about, Shaun. Watch this catch. Like he's got pretty long arms for us. He doesn't have a great catch radius because he's 5'9", 5'10". But he's got a better catch radius than your typical 5'9", 5'10" guy because he's got pretty long arms. This is what we're talking about. You guys just saw him play how many snaps in a row outside? Now look where they put him, Shaun. Now they got him tucked inside in the slot. And now you see the other part of his game coming up here real quick. You see this. Look at that. Now watch. Just that vision, bounce it, get that speed, get to the end zone, touchdown. He's got great feel for the game. You know what I mean, Shaun? Like he's got that he's patient when he needs to be. He's got that suddenness. He can read the second level. Here's another example of that. Look at it. He's got nice leg drive. He's a pretty strong kid for his size as well. We just watched him stretch the field, make plays after the catch. Now we're watching him take quick passes or quick handoffs and now a punt back to the house. So my kid is just a playmaker waiting to happen. If you want to obsess about his speed or his rankings, go for it. I mean, his size or his rankings, go for it. But look, this kid's a playmaker. And Tutu Atwell was 5'8", 145 pounds, and he was a 1,000-yard receiver in college. Right? This kid can play. He wasn't ranked very high. Watch this. I love this play. And then you see the juice. Like that's some big time speed right there. You see that gear, Shaun? Like he catches the ball. You see that initial burst, boom, right there. And then now watch this gear right here. That number 4. Look at that 4 faking a hamstring. My dude had to fake a hamstring injury because he knew he wasn't going to catch him. You see that, Shaun? Like, oh, my hammy. My hammy said, no, bro, your hammy's fine. I'll bet you $20 he was out there on the next series. He was out there playing. Now he's in the slot. Look at this. Beats a guy inside, real tight to the guy. Then he gets back out on the stem. And what happens? Watch this move right here, folks. Right now, if he just stays inside and breaks inside, this safety right here is all over. Look at that. But when he widens back out, gets back on his stem, now the safety's thinking, uh-oh, he's going to beat me outside, and then he's able to break him off inside. This is a smart football player, Shaun. This isn't just a real fast kid. This is a smart football player. This guy knows how to get open. And that's the thing you were talking about earlier, and what I'm talking about now, this isn't just an athletic kid. This kid knows how to play the game. Is another one of his big runs. Look at him. Look at the patience. He's like getting behind his blocker, setting him up, hey, getting his hand on his backside, making people miss. That is suddenness right there, man. That is special. That is special. I love that. You can't teach that, Shaun.
Oh, he's natural. He's a natural playmaker, like you said, Bryan. And I love everything that they do. They do a great job of highlighting him in this offense and finding ways to get him the ball offensively. And it's not forced. Sometimes you force, but he's so good at every aspect, and he has some things to improve upon. But you just talked about understanding the game, understanding how to stem, understanding space, understanding what he needs to do to out-leverage the defender. He knows that. And so the things that he knows, he won't have the same problems that other freshmen that we have talked about coming into Notre Dame had when they first came in the spring. Like they had to learn how to play the position. They were raw. This is not just a raw athlete. This is a guy that knows how to play wide receiver. And when you get the ball in his hands, whether it's special team or any other position on the field, now he can go into playmaker mode, right? So now he has wide receiver mode, technician, but he also has get me the rock, and I can go out here and make a play mode as well. That's a valuable piece offensively for any team.
This is against Buford. This is the play I was talking about. This is against one of the best teams.
And that's a talented team, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And he's going
to got a darn good spring game down there.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think he had 5 catches for 61 yards against Buford. He's just he's a talented playmaker, man. And again, that's what Notre Dame needs more of. Look at that. Another one, inside leverage. Stems him up. Look at that guy. Look at that. Look at that move, Shaun. He knows this guy, if I attack you inside, that's what he's trying to take away. He's going to overplay the inside because if you're talking, don't get beat inside.
Yeah.
Don't get beat inside. And so they're going to overplay that, and then he snaps him outside. Now, what he does 2 things here by doing that. Number 1, he obviously is able to get a step. Number 2, he gives himself more room to the sideline. If he just releases vertically, that corner's just going to ride him outside.
Right.
He's now giving himself more room to work. He's giving the quarterback more of a window to throw the football, and now he's going to get free. Now, that doesn't work quite as well and easily against college corners.
College defenders, yeah.
But even more so, but you give C.J. Carr, Kenny Minchie that little bit of room to the sideline, they're going to make that throw. We just saw that, and that's the whole point. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, this is one of my favorite plays.
That jump cut.
Yeah, watch this. Boom, boom, like double move, and then the gas. Then he turns on the gas. Yeah, coasting to the end zone. That's a really talented football player, Shaun. Here's another clip against Buford. I like too, Shaun, a couple of those clips. He catches the ball with his hands. He's not a body catcher, which I like. That's a big part of this too. Working over the middle of the field, brings in the ball. I think they lost this game 29-28 and lost this game by a point to Buford. As you mentioned, is a really good football team.
And what we're seeing, which goes into your backstory of his recruitment, we're seeing a lot of routes that Notre Dame uses on this film, right? Something we saw Saturday. I love CJ completed one and Kenny completed one. That backside slant, right? Where you eat up that leverage. Notre Dame defenders had inside leverage. Elijah Burris, he attacked it immediately. And Kenny hit him. And then you give guys like that space and opportunity one-on-one with a defender backside to go ahead and make a play. They break a tackle. That's a big time game for your offense. So I'm starting to see a lot of things that Notre Dame does in their offense. I can see why he could see himself in the offense watching practice and watching things, throughout the spring.
Right. I like when these circles don't actually end up at the right place. But look, Shaun, one snap we're talking about how good of a route runner he is, and then the next snap he's just taking a screen and doing something with it. And they're using him a lot like how Notre Dame tried to use Jordan Faison this year. He's just faster than Jordan is, if we're being honest. Jordan's really athletic, but I don't know that Jordan has the raw speed that maybe some other guys do. Nice back shoulder catch. Flipping those hips around, making that grab. Here's my critique here would be I want to see him throttle a little bit more here. He throttles a little bit, but I'd like to see him throttle a little bit more.
Recognize the space in the zone.
Yeah. He knows it. Because you can see it right there. He's like, okay, I can't. But I just throttle maybe a little bit more. But because he knows it is why he's in position to flip his hips back around and catch the football. But that's a. Yeah, and it's a skill set that they want and need more of in the offense. It's a nice grab. That's not a very good ball right there.
Yeah, that's a touchdown if it's on point.
Yeah, for sure. Another little screen pass, not a good ball. There's a nice little leg drive, right? He's a pretty strong kid for his size. Good balance. Look at him reset. He gets hit. His feet get hit. When you talk about balance, this is what I'm talking about balance. Balance isn't just you don't go down. Balance is when you get knocked off your path, you immediately are able to reset and then do that. Look what he does to this poor DB. That's just not fair. This guy's oh, I got him squared up. Because, my guy hit him and I'm about to tee off on him. And then boom, just like that. You're come on, man. That's balance. That's what balance means. It's not just, oh, I made this move and didn't go down. It's I made this move and immediately as soon as my feet hit, I'm gone again. I'm ready to move again.
Yeah, and we've seen multiple times, whether it's on deep balls or short balls, he has great ability to adjust to the ball in the air. Great hands, great ability to catch the ball if it's behind him, low to the ground. He goes, he grabs it, catches the ball with his hands, like you said. He's not, doesn't let the ball get into his body. It's a lot to like.
Yeah,
it's a lot to like.
Somebody asked this, Shaun, would I give him a shot to return punts? Absolutely. Just like I'm going to give Dallas Golden a chance to return punts this year. There's no doubt. You look, you find when you got playmakers, you find ways to get them the football.
Get them on the field.
Yeah. Yep. Find ways to get them the football.
That's why I think one of the most happiest coaches come fall will be Marty Biaggi when he finally gets all of the talent in the freshman class. He's going to
coverage
be like,
and return game. Yeah, sure. For sure. Again, you're seeing him. He's literally played field outside, field slot, boundary outside, boundary slot, and then literally in a wing position. So you see him play all over, and he knows how to play both. He's not just out there out-athleting people outside. He knows how to play both. He's a good football player. Nice little double tap there on the sideline, keeping his feet in bounds. Yeah. Yep. There's another one.
I love wide receivers that have a plan. You know what I mean? Because you don't always have to run the route the way it's sketched out, if that makes sense. Like Devontae Adams rarely runs a route the way it's supposed to be ran, but he knows how to attack the defender to get to where he needs to be, because it's about timing, right? At this point, I need to be here for my quarterback. Mm-hmm. And so when I watch him, the way he attacks, like you said, there's a couple of plays where you felt like he could have stayed on his stem a little bit longer. And I think that's what he'll, pick up in his game, because that's going to be needed when he gets to the college level. But there are guys inside of route running that have a creativity in running routes, just with their body movement and just with different quirks that they have. And he must, the way he turns guys around, he has to be difficult to read as a defensive back. You know what I'm saying? It's something about him that's difficult for defensive backs to read. He's technically sound, but just the way he moves is because he's turning a lot of guys around on film and running routes.
Right.
It's almost like, I'll give you the perfect analogy. The guy that throws 89 and you're like, yo, I'm killing it. If he throws me a fastball, I'm killing it. But his 89 just looks different. It looks like 94.
Greg Maddux.
There you go.
Yeah.
And you don't know why, but the radar gun says one thing, but your eyes tell you something totally different. And it's easy to see on this film that the eyes of the defenders are saying, yo, this kid is scary.
This, folks, is why you put the ball in the outside arm. When the ball's in the inside arm, you can't do that. Like, you can't stiff arm when the ball's in the inside arm. I still see, and we'll actually talk about this here soon, a running back that I love who doesn't always put the ball in the outside arm. So, yeah. So, like I said, this kid, he's got track speed, Shaun, running 10.7. He has also got football speed. He's a talented player. Very long highlight tape. Because he had 131. Like, he's a wide receiver that had 131 touches on offense last year. Doesn't even count the 14 punt returns he had last season. Here he's getting direct snaps. I mean, like, what position has he not played so far on this film? Like, seriously. What has he not done? Except guard or tackle or center. Exactly, DK. You got to remember that in the office too, man. Got to keep that inside arm free. Office, cafeteria, looking for parking spots, like inside arm free, man. Got to be able to have that stiff arm ready to go. Yep.
Supply room when you're carrying the copy of paper back to the printer.
Yep. Everywhere, man.
Everywhere.
Church, got the Bible in the outside arm. You never know.
That's
right. Hey, man,
That's right.
Got to have it. So look at that. Like, that's that suddenness. But here's what I like about this route, Shaun. And it first couple steps, like he's coming off. He's like, he's about to run vertical, and this quickly snaps it off. Boom. He's got that separation. He's got room to work, and now he can do something with it. Yeah. A lot to like here. So somebody asked about my grade. I'd mentioned this earlier, Shaun. I grade him. He grades out as a top 250 player is where he grades out with top 100 upside. And it's very similar to kind of like what I said with my Anthony Knapp grade last year. Reason that Anthony Grapp slightly lower. I need to see that he can play in college with that size. That's the only thing that holds him down. The athleticism is there. The route running is there. Like, he grades out with top 100 athleticism, in my opinion. He grades out with top 100 playmaking ability. He grades out with top 100 speed. He grades out with top 100 production. Like, he grades out with top 100 technique as a receiver. He grades out with top 100 ball skills as far as how he catches it in non-contested situations. The thing that has his grade down is you also can't ignore the fact that he's maybe 5'9", or maybe 5'10", maybe. Looks closer to be also about 5'9"-ish to me, and he's about 170 pounds. Like, guys can be dominant at that size. I just brought up our comps for it. But you've got to now show me that you can be that dominant in college at that size. And he's one of the reasons why, Shaun, I have the grading system I do. Because right now I can't put him in the top 100 because of the things we just talked about. But if he can get to college and his size is not a hindrance to him, he's a dude. He's a volume player in college. And I think he has the potential to be a volume receiver. I don't think, like, he's a bit of he's at the very least a niche player, at the very least. A guy that you can get the screens to and run some RPOs with, return punts. If he can overcome, or not overcome, if he can show that his size is not a hindrance to him being an every down player, then he all of a sudden you're now getting a much more impactful player. Look at that block. Like, this is a highlight of him blocking. Look at this. This is against Buford as well. So there's a good chance the guy he's blocking is also a Division I football player right there. If it's a secondary player for Buford, there's a good chance he's a Division I player. So that's where the grade comes from, Shaun. It's, like I said, I take 8 different categories for each player. I add them up. If you fall within a certain range, that's how you grade. And then the upside grade is, what can a guy be if he reaches his full potential? And when I see this kid and I talk about what can he be if he reaches his full potential, to me, he's a top 100 football player if he reaches his full potential. I just can't put him there yet because I need to see that speed train. Same thing with Braden Robinson. I don't have Braden Robinson as a top 100 player right now either because he's 5'7", 5'8". I need to see that size is not going to be something that keeps you from being an impact player at the next level. But the reality is take the grade aside, you got an impact football player in Bubba Frasier.
It's a great man. Mike Brown is building blocks. Faison, building block. Frasier, building block. Now go stack. Continue to stack. That's
in this class.
In this class. Continue to stack.
So let's finish up with that, Shaun. Let's talk about what's next. And really what's next for Notre Dame is you need at least 2 more guys. I think 3 ideally. There are several guys on the board that they've hosted lately. Braden Robinson is a very dynamic player from the state of Texas that we had that I think he's faster than Bubba. He's even faster than Bubba Frasier. And like Bubba Frasier, he's a complete receiver. He can run routes. He can stretch the field. He can do all of it. Can he translate at his size? Again, similar question to what we see from Bubba Frasier. Very dynamic player. If you look at Caden Finley, obviously is arguably Caden Finley's my top guy on the board, just overall top guy on the board. He's a top 100 player. He's got a high ceiling. He's got a high floor. A very talented player. He's a must get. What I was told by my sources is Caden Finley is that guy that if he hasn't decided when other guys have and they've met their numbers needs and Caden Finley calls and says, I want to come, you say, okay. That's kind of where they are with Caden Finley. He might be the biggest must get left in the class at receiver, in my opinion, Shaun. He's a guy that you have to get. Brian Williams, who's a high school teammate of Noah Grubbs, visited last week. He's a raw but very talented player, lots of tools to work with. My only question with him on top of raw is I need to see more speed from him. I need to see that take a jump a little bit as a senior, but there's a lot to work with there. But they've got a big one coming up tomorrow. So on supposedly Friday, Gordon Sellers from Providence Day in Charlotte, North Carolina is supposed to announce a commitment between I think it's like Ohio State. Actually, let me go ahead and pull up his page. But he is going to be committing to that's the plan as of right now to one of Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia, Michigan, South Carolina, or North Carolina A&T. So Notre Dame offered him last week. They've been recruiting for a while. There's some reasons why they had to kind of hold off on the offer and things like that. They're not offering a kid a week before he's about to commit if there's not a relationship already there and if they don't know that there's a level of interest. So when they offered and people were kind of flipping about how late it was, and I understand it, I said, don't be shocked if they get him on campus soon, which is an evidence that there's some interest there. He is flying into tonight, I believe, and then he'll be visiting tomorrow. This is Notre Dame's shot with him to say, hey, listen, you can make yourself a player here. You've got to have a great visit. And there's two objectives. One is, I mean, obviously, if you can get him to commit to you on Friday, that's great. I don't know that that's necessarily what they think is the most realistic option. The more realistic option is get him to push back that commitment date a little bit. I think that's the more realistic option. And, you know, because like my understanding is right now the top schools for him are the two South Carolina schools, Clemson and South Carolina, the top two schools from I believe from my conversations. And so you've got to be able to either just win the recruitment like they did with Bubba Frasier. I mean, made his first trip to campus on April 4th, and he was committed within 5 days. Similar turnaround time. Now, publicly, he didn't go commit publicly till 10 days. But as I said, Shaun, that one happened pretty quick. So with Gordon Sellers, this is one where you're going to have to say, hey, listen, man, can you convince this kid to either join your class or at the very least, hey, push it back a little bit. Let's get to know you even more. Let's maybe get you on some officials, and then we'll see what the deal is. So that's a huge visit for Notre Dame. And the reason I say that's huge on top of Caden Finley, like I could argue now that Bubba Frasier's in the class. I would say that the two most important receiver commitments now, I mean, Braden Robinson's a dude, and I like Brian Williams, but the Mason James, I love Mason James. But Caden Finley and Gordon Sellers are the two most important in that order. Caden Finley just because he's a dude and he can play everywhere. But Gordon Sellers has boundary tools. He's 6'3", 180 plus. He's a vertical guy, can really good speed, can stretch the field. As he's got really good ball skills. You can throw back shoulders to him into the boundary. He has a lot of those boundary tools. He's really the only pure boundary that they have on the board right now. Brian Williams eventually could be. I think they're both probably better prospects than Brody Keefe, who's also on the board, in my opinion. He's solid, but that's kind of it. I think Caden Finley and Gordon Sellers will determine whether or not this is a good receiver class, which is it's starting off to be a good receiver class, or a big-time receiver class. I think those two guys are the keys to that happening, Shaun.
If done right, this is the type of class 25 could have been if the right guys were prioritized.
I think that's fair.
It could have been this type of class, and then you could have elevated possibly going into 26. But I think they're doing an incredible job. I'll be honest. They're doing an incredible job of setting the tone. Gordon Sellers, once again, what did we talk about in the first segment? Audacity. Notre Dame having the audacity to stick with the process that they had to go through to stay with him, to continue to recruit him. When they finally got the go-ahead to make the offer and then make the push to get him on campus as his decision approaches, like you said, that lets you know there's interest on both sides, serious interest. Now this is where you get the parents involved in it, right? Because now the parents get to come up and get to see everything. It's one thing to be told, but it's a totally different thing to come sit down with people, to meet people, advisors, get the networking part of it, get to see how it can impact your son's life. Now this is where the conversations come in, like, okay, maybe we need to really start thinking about, because there is a path here for you at wide receiver to really come in, play early, make yourself a name, and get to the NFL.
Especially at his position, as kind of a pure outside guy. They just don't have a ton of those on the roster.
No. And I've been saying this, man. The product in practices is a lot more appealing to wide receivers as they watch. It's just a better product to watch from a practice. So when you have kids come up to watch practice and they're watching the wide receivers in the offense, now they can truly envision themselves in that offense moving forward. That means a lot. That means a lot with Braden Robinson and with Bubba Frasier. You talk about the quick quick turnaround with Bubba Frasier, they both have mentioned, okay, I can see myself in this offense and how they want to use me. It's evident. It's not just words. I actually see the evidence of it. So if they can pull off this Sellers, because I think they sit, and I think you've reported, I think Nick has reported it as well. They feel good about where they sit with Kadon Finley.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, going into the official visits.
He's a kid from Texas who I believe has taken 5 visits to Notre Dame. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's closing that's got to get done. Sure. He's not a kid who's silently committed and we're just kind of like laying bread. They've got to close, but I would much rather be Notre Dame than anybody else right now.
Let's say they get 2 out of the 3. Robinson, Sellers, and Finley. Robinson, Sellers, Finley. They get 2 of the 3. Would you be cool if that 5th guy was Brian Williams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's raw. Yeah. Like now, I don't need to worry if he just can't pan out, then he can't pan out. I mean, but if he's your 4th or your 3rd, then you need him to pan out. You don't have a lot of, but if you get Caden Finley and Gordon Sellers, especially if you get those 2, then yeah, I'm totally fine doing that because I think Faison is a Z, but I think Dylan can also play slot. Elijah Burris obviously can play slot and outside. Scrap can play slot and outside. So you've got a lot of guys can play in the slot in the last couple of classes. You need some guys who can flat out go line up outside and do what Malik Neighbors did for LSU and, what Alec Pierce did for Cincinnati and, what Will Fuller and Chris Brown did for Notre Dame. I'm not saying they have to be those type of elite players, but like you need those guys who can line up outside and just do damage outside. You need that. And Caden Finley and Gordon Sellers are the 2 best at that. And Caden Finley's the best receiver on their board right now. I mean, he just is. And I would say of all the receivers, I'd say that Gordon Sellers probably has the 2nd highest upside of all the receivers on the board. And so, but yeah, I mean, I honestly, Notre Dame would take all 3 of those guys. So, but yes, Matt, we're aware that Bubba Frasier committed because we're now at the end of the Bubba Frasier commitment part of the video. So, but yeah, so good, very good pickup. Very good pickup.
Matt
I'm just giving Matt a hard time. No, I'm giving Matt a hard time. I promise you what happened with Matt, and I'm just giving him a hard time. Is sometimes people will jump in the show and they're behind, and then they, like they're not talking about it, and they put it in the chat, and they're like, yeah, we got you. So all good, Matt. We're just giving you a hard time, man. But no, it's a good pickup, Shaun. This is you kind of need to get this offensive skill player rolling. If they get the kids that I think they're going to get on offense, this is going to be a very good offensive class. You've already got a top 100 caliber player at quarterback. Dylan Faison's a very electric player, 2-sport guy. You now add Bubba Frasier. If they get the guys that you and I think they're going to get at running back and wide receiver, tight end, this offensive and they've already got a really good. They've got one of the 5. They're going to have one of the 5 best offensive line classes, no matter what they add. They have a chance to have the best if they can add one of the guys we talked about earlier. So you've got a chance now to bounce back and have a much needed bounce back offensive class, which they need after last year. Last year's class wasn't as bad as people make it out. The receiver class, I mean, part of the problem with last year's class, Shaun, is a lot of people didn't understand how good Elijah Burris was, which we did, but a lot of other people were down on him. They weren't as high on him. And we kept saying, like, this kid can play, and now you're seeing it, right? But Elijah, the thing is, Elijah's not a 1. He's not Will Fuller. He is, I'm trying to think it because he's better. I think he's got more ability than
Breezy. Brown. Is he better than Chris Brown?
He's similar to that, but I think he's better than Chris was. But you know what I mean? Like where he's not your 1, he's your really good kind of complementary piece. Yeah. And but this year you've got a chance to add a 1 or a couple 1s if you can finish off. But you still got Nolan James Jr., who everybody sees as a pretty darn good player. Blake Hubert's a pretty good football player. James Flanagan's a top 100 player there. But it did come up. It was more because of how many misses there were and how many mistakes there were. I think there's this perception it wasn't a great class, and it wasn't an elite offensive class. It was a good one. This one has a chance to be really good if they can close the way we think they are, especially a receiver with some of those guys we just talked about. So, but yeah, so that's going to do it for the Bubba Frasier commitment, Shaun. We are going to talk a little bit about Nico here in a second. But before we get to that, folks, do us a favor. hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. And of course, as always, we would really appreciate if you supported us at the Irish Breakdown Premium Lounge, or Premium Board, the Champions Lounge. You can find that at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Best way to support us, where we always are talking football. That's where we put all of our intel, stuff that we won't put onto the board, we'll put there, and you'll have a chance to kind of know things before they get out in other places. Had a guy who recently joined from one of the other places was talking about how, you always kind of see, well, I won't go there. You'll find out. Just test it out. You'll know what I'm talking about. So that's what you can find at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, Shaun, final piece of this conversation. Nico Iamaleava. I am not going to be playing at quarterback Tennessee anymore. I mean, no disrespect to his name. I've just never been able to pronounce his last name. I'm sorry. I just can't. So Nico transfers. There's a lot of drama this week, and we talked about it a little bit last week, Shaun. And I don't know, how have you kind of stayed up on this? Like, you followed like all the twists and turns? Okay. No. So last week, this all happens. I said, look, I need to learn more information. Is this like him legitimately just holding out for more money, or is this like he was trying to go to Tennessee in good faith, and then they kind of put him on blast, and then, he's pissed about that? I just need to learn more. Well, we found out a little bit more to a degree. We're now seeing what we're seeing now is dueling narratives. Some people are saying, like, no, the family wasn't involved in this. It was the agent. Other people are saying he doesn't really have a legitimate agent. People saying, like, Tennessee did this, Tennessee that. Here's what I think we can confidently say we do know. Nico tried to get more money from Tennessee before the playoffs. Josh Pate, who I don't always agree with, but someone I respect, who's not going to put something out unless he's pretty confident it happened, said that Nico actually tried to get more money by threatening not to play against Ohio State in the playoffs. We heard from several people that there was a school who was dealing with that. Now we kind of have an idea who that is. We kind of guessed it was Tennessee at the time because they had this issue a couple years ago. And then, of course, you go into the offseason, and then Nico decides he wants to get paid more. There's a whole lot more to it, according to some people, that there's this or that. But at the end of the day, he wanted more money. And Tennessee finally said, we've had enough. Nico no shows at practice on Friday. Tennessee says, we've had enough. We're moving on. So now Nico's going to jump in a portal on Wednesday. There's been a lot of rumors about where he's going to go. Almost every school that there has been rumored he's going to go said, no, we're not interested. Notre Dame was a rumor that people put out. Bull crap. He did reach out to Notre Dame. His people did. They said not interested. They actually reached out to Notre Dame twice, Shaun. So I do know this. They reached out to people in Notre Dame in the winter, and they reached out to Notre Dame people again this time, and Notre Dame both times said, we're good because of what we talked about earlier. Notre Dame loves their quarterback room. USC said thanks, but no thanks. Dan Lanning actually is the one, according to various reports, who had to call Josh Heupel and said, hey, man, your boy's getting shopped over here. And so there was rumors about Colorado. Coach Sanders said, no, we're good. We like our room. It looks like now the latest rumor, Shaun, is the three schools involved are North Carolina, UCLA, and Tulane. You went from an SEC playoff team to potentially being at UCLA, Tulane, or North Carolina. I don't know how that's good for you, but I want to just kind of talk about this overall, Shaun, and just kind of share what we think of the situation first and foremost. And I'll say the first thing is what you said last week is so appropriate because I've said this in the past. I've made this comment where I always laugh at my friends who they hook up with some girl at a party who was with another dude. She leaves that dude to come be with you. And then you are shocked when 2 months later, she does that to you with another guy. Floored. Like you were so wonderful that she only was going to cheat on other people with you. She wasn't going to cheat on you with some other dude. And then vice versa. My female friends who've had that were like, a dude. You said it like this. You lose them how you recruit them. Right? Well, don't be shocked. The only reason you got Nico is because you bought him. What did you think he was going to happen when he had any moderate level of success? This is what you and I have talked about all along, Shaun. The biggest flaw with the NIL recruiting process, not NIL, But when the only way you can get a kid is by giving him the most money, he will always want more because he's not coming to your program for the reasons you want him to. This is inevitable with a kid like that. So when all you can get a kid is because you bought him, this is going to happen. This is a lesson, I hope, to a lot of coaches to say, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. And Nico's the most prime example, but he's not the first. But it's like, just, I'm not at all shocked that this is happening with Nico at all. This was inevitable, Shaun.
So let me try to filter through this, because I know it might be certain aspects that we don't exactly line up or agree with. But I'll say this. Let's just lay the foundation of the facts. We are here today because laws were passed. Am I correct? Doesn't matter whether or not you think athletes should be paid or whether or not they should be paid.
The NCAA was going to investigate his contract.
No. I'm going back further than that. I'm just going back further. I'm talking about with name, image, and likeness.
Oh, yeah, with the
federal laws were put in place saying that for years it was illegal to profit off of the name, image, and likeness of players. That's law. That's set in place. Doesn't matter what our opinion is about guys, well, they're getting an education. Doesn't matter.
Well, we're both on the same page on that, by the way. So.
These are the laws. I just want to set that for everybody. We're talking about this is the law. This is where we are because of what has been placed due to legislation. So now we can remove opinion from it. Now we get into how things act, right? Because the reaction to the laws by the adults was to go to the corner and throw a fit.
Right.
That is the NCAA. And not do your job and actually curtail or streamline the situation and make it feasible for everybody.
Well, but then also, Shaun,
go ahead.
They were going to look into the Tennessee contract. So like everybody says like the NCAA didn't come up with any guardrails. They tried. Like it's a flat out lie for people to say, well, the NCAA just made a Wild West situation. Not true. They have had horrible leadership, but they tried to start. They started looking into Nico's contract. He was the first big high school contract that was given.
Man.
First one.
Yeah.
NCAA tried to look into it. Tennessee sued the NCAA. And of course, won. Because
why?
It loses
the horse is already out the barn.
My point with this, and I've said this before, the NCAA is going to lose every time. Not always because the merits are not on their side. It's just they're going to lose because now we're in this era where you want to be pro player. And I don't know that the legal case is not necessarily strong for you, but the NCAA is going to lose every single time. Right? So, but I'm not like, that's not right. But I'm not sympathetic because your greed is why we're even here in the first place. That's like just because the NCAA sucks and they doesn't mean that everyone over here is righteous. Tennessee was not righteous for suing to not get looked at. You're not, because all these schools say we want guardrails. We want guardrails. Hold on a minute, not for us, for everybody else.
For everybody else.
If you're doing it to us, we're going to sue.
Don't make us an example. No, we didn't want you to make us an example.
No.
So this
is them an example. No. Go after Bamo. Leave us alone.
Exactly.
We got some McDonald's bags of cash we got to hand out. We're too busy to deal with that.
Exactly. So I will say this.
Suck.
I will say this. If the reporting is correct, and in the midst of asking for more money, I look at on the field, off the field. I go watch his performance against Ohio State. The effort he put out on the field, that's not the effort of somebody that's not playing hard.
Right.
He played hard.
Right.
So that's when I started to look
on their team.
Yes. So now that you're learning that all of this was taking place, his character as far as, hey, when I step on this field, I'm giving everything I have. That for me is like, okay, because I know a lot of people that would have been upset because they didn't get it.
Right.
That just would have went out there and been like.
But we don't know that he wasn't that way in the locker room, which might have led into some of the ridiculous lack of effort we saw other teammates. Like there's a lot we don't know about that.
That's fair. And this is where we're going to differ.
Playing hard for his money.
This is
right. We talk about like when Notre Dame's always that Super Bowl team. Like they don't care about beating Notre Dame. You want to get yours so you can put that Notre Dame film on tape for people.
Yeah,
money game.
Yeah. See, this is my point. Everybody's to blame, but I get sick and tired of adults getting in these situations and calling a kid out of his name and pointing fingers at a kid. Let me tell you something. Kids become kids. Wait a minute. Hold on.
I didn't say anything. I just made a face.
Who created Nico? Who poured into him? Who's making him the young man that he's become? Who? Who did that for 19 years? Okay, that's an adult.
Almost 21 years.
That's an adult. That's an adult. An adult created that situation.
Yep.
Adults create the situations for the next generation.
Correct.
But then when we see the fruit of the next generation, then we want to point to the next generation like, oh, why are they like that?
But it needs to be both, in my opinion.
So they called them spoiled. Who spoiled them?
His dad.
Tennessee spoiled him. Wait. Tennessee spoiled him. His dad spoiled him.
There's nobody righteous here, Shaun. There's nobody righteous. There's nobody righteous.
My issue is with everybody just pointing at the kid, calling him out his name, and not saying one thing about the adults that surround him.
I'm going to disagree with you there. Well, I guess I shouldn't disagree with you because I don't know who you're listening to. I've seen a lot of people going at his dad. A lot of people going at his dad. But I also say Nico's 20, almost 21 years old.
That's not a grown man. This is where we differ. This is where we differ. Because people will say,
I'll let you finish. Let me.
No, because this is a continuation of what I was. Go ahead. No, I want to hear what you have.
I'm just simply saying, like, there comes a point in time where you have to accept your burden as well, right? So I'm going to go at the dad, right? Like I'm going to go at LeVar Ball for how he's going to be, but at some point in time, his children are no longer 15, 16, 17 years old. You and I both know from where we're both from. We've seen kids who had terrible upbringings, but they make decisions on their lives that they're going to do this, right? And I feel like we're having the Dante Moore conversation all over again, right? Nico, it was absolutely raised by his father to value the things that his father values and those type of things. And I understand that in certain cultures that when dad speaks, you listen. You and I are like that to a degree, where we have respect for our fathers, and when they would speak wisdom to us, we would listen to it. But we also made our own decisions. My thing is I have no problem saying, why are we only pointing to Nico? Why are we only pointing to him? And then we're acting like Josh Heupel was just in this righteous
tower
papal position.
Absolutely.
And then his dad is like, no, they all failed this young man.
Everybody.
But he's the young man, right? Like, I mean, we always call these kids, but at some point in time, if you want to be at Tennessee, then say, Dad, I'm staying at Tennessee. We tried to get more money, but I'm staying at Tennessee. I'm not missing practice. Last I checked, his dad didn't put him in a sleeper hold and choke him out in the room and keep him from going to practice. He made that choice. His dad told him not to, but he still made that choice. My whole thing is,
that's all of us.
We need to be looking at everybody. I think Tennessee made the right choice to cut bait. That's the only right choice they made in this whole process. Because y'all started this thing, Tennessee. You gave him this money, and then you're shocked that he's now wants more. You gave him $8 million for nothing because of what he did in high school. You just went to the playoff, and you think he's just going to keep working under the same contract when that's the only reason he came to play for you anyway? You thought he was worth over $2 million just as a high school player.
Before he took a snap.
And now you want to be like, oh, my God, why is he asking for more money? I don't understand. I'm shocked. You can't be that stupid. And if you are, you don't deserve to have the job that you have at Tennessee. So I can sit there and say, Josh Heupel, smart decision now, but y'all led to this. How did you not know this was going to happen? You should have dealt with this from jump. So this is on you. You started this. You started this by giving him that money, and you started this by having your school sue the NCAA to not look into this stuff. You started this process by allowing him to hold out potentially or threaten to hold out before. Like if I had a player, could you imagine if a young player at Notre Dame, Leonard Moore, went to Marcus Freeman. Now I'm going to go use Leonard Moore because he would never do that. If a player at Notre Dame went to Marcus Freeman before the Indiana game and said, "Coach, I want more money, or I'm not playing on Saturday." Actually, it was Friday.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Marcus Freeman would have said? It's been a pleasure. I've enjoyed getting to know you.
But his character has been consistent, though.
Bounce.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
But that's why you recruit the way you recruit. Yes, we're going to get NIL money, but if you're only going to come here for money, then we don't want you.
Yeah.
That's the only reason Nico. Now, I think that's foolish of Nico and his dad, because I think Tennessee was the best fit for him as a football player. And now you're leaving the
Josh Heupel outfit
as a football player to go somewhere else for more money.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
This is the most money you're ever going to get, assuming you can even get more money, which I have my doubts he's actually going to get more money. But you now have hindered your opportunity to be successful on the next level as well because of this. Because you don't think NFL teams are like, Nico, all about the money. You know what I mean? Like, and you know, look, you say it's the dad, it's this, it's the agent, it's this, but it's your reputation, however. They're drafting you, not your father, not your agent. They're drafting you at the end of the day. You know, and so like you go back to all the way back to the 1980s when John Elway said, "I'm not playing for the Colts."
Mm-hmm.
That was dad was driving that, but John Elway was on board. He was like, "I'm going to take these arrows. I got to and he wasn't that much older than Nico is now. Right? But so like if this is what you believe and your dad is right, then you are with him and you are also making this poor decision. If you think dad is wrong, then you man up and you say, "Dad, I love you, but we'll deal with this after the spring game." You get what I'm saying? So like this is I think we're on the same page here, Shaun.
We're on the same page.
Deserves blame
I
here,
just know,
including Nico.
I try to tell people all the time, stop calling 19 and 20-year-olds grown. Because for me, you're not grown until you paying your own bills. Until that's when that's
He's a millionaire.
Grown. You're getting there.
A millionaire.
Say it again.
He's a millionaire.
He's still
paying his own bills.
He's not on his own. That's a difference. He's still under the control of his dad. That's obvious. That's what I'm talking.
He might be 30.
Everybody
still under the control of his father.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So that for me, everybody's different. Some kids will get it at 18. There are some kids at 18 that can go live on their own, and they get it. There are some kids that
can join the military, choose to fight wars, choose to protect their country at 18 years old.
Hey man, there are some 35-year-old men that ain't grown, B.
35?
Boy, nowhere near grown. So when we start talking about people are grown,
right?
You can't just apply that to an age.
I get what you're saying, but
you know what I'm saying. And so that for me,
you're talking emotionally, intellectually.
Yes. So at some point, I expect him to push back on his dad at some point. But this is one of those things he has to go through to learn what you just said. You know what? I'm taking all the heat from this.
Right.
You know what? I'm not going to let this happen again. Now, there might be a conversation now to take place with that. You know what, Dad? I appreciate you.
We'll see.
But from here.
Yeah.
But even if it is not now, for him to become grown is going to have to take place.
Right.
And all of us, I said yes to everything my dad told me up to a certain point. And then I said, you know what? Now I thank you for your wisdom.
It's your whole point of how your father raised you and how my dad raised me. And I can say this confidently because you and I have had a lot of conversation about how we were raised. Because our fathers raised us to where they were looking forward to the day that we did take control of our own lives.
Yeah.
Not holding us under their thumb our whole lives. But that's also because you and I weren't superior athletes that could maybe make our parents millions of dollars.
Yeah. And then stop, please. Because I see this in the chat. And I don't even say this for just because you are a hero. If you went and served to protect this country, but you were told what to do and trained what to do, that did not necessarily make you a grown man because you shot a gun and did certain things.
What I'm saying though is it's a mature
I'm just talking about not you.
Choice to
not you. I think it's unfair to even make that false equivalence. Like, we're talking about war and
but
life,
Shaun, it's about
football
you're at the
sports.
age where you are supposed to be making decisions for your life. That's the point.
Yeah.
Right. That's the point where I say it's a comparison to you're old enough to join the military. You're old enough to do this. You're old enough to do that. You're old enough to say, yeah, I'm going to go to practice today.
But what are you committing to, though?
I'm going to go to practice today.
This is where the false equivalency comes. You're committing to somebody else telling you what to do. You're not committing to doing what you want to do. You're going into the armed forces to do what you're told to do in a discipline. That's why I say don't make that false equivalency. You can choose to get out.
You can choose to do different things.
Absolutely.
When you join
but
it,
if you're going to be in,
right.
You're being
just like
told
joining
what
a
to
football program.
Absolutely.
You're being told to go to practice on Friday. You chose not to
for
reasons that I think are
he went
a
AWOL, right?
lack of maturity.
He went AWOL, right?
Right. Well, what do you do when that happens?
Let me ask you a question. If somebody that got into the military recognized, you know what, I thought I was ready, but I'm not. Do we disrespect them because they came to a decision?
What did you just say? He made that decision. He gets in, he makes that decision.
So we don't know.
Here is he's not making this decision.
But you just said we don't know who ultimately made that decision.
What their family is saying is they're trying to say
to protect, as they should.
But it also fits with with what's
absolutely
with what we know, right?
Yeah.
So if he is making his own decisions, then what we're saying is he's choosing his dad is right.
Yeah.
Which again shows a lack of character.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, hey,
I don't want to disrespect the military because it's a false equivalent. We're talking football.
No, what I'm talking about, Shaun, and what other people are is like you are making a choice. If you are old enough to do this, you're old enough to say I'm going to practice on Friday. That's my point. That's
absolutely.
My point. And I think that's where is like there's too many people that want to say it's just his fault or it's just his fault. It's just his fault.
It's ridiculous.
Which I like to push back on that. But I'm going to push back on people who say, well, it's not his fault because, he's a Polynesian kid and dads control this. And you're telling me no Polynesian kid has ever said, my dad's decision-making here is probably not good. This is what's best for my life as a 21-year-old.
Absolutely.
Like, no, I understand that. I was raised in a family where my father was the head of our household. And I listened to him, but same with you. Your dad had a very dominant personality as well. But there came a point in time where I'm this age now. Like I remember one time, Shaun, it's just a small example where I went to my dad and asked him, can I get my ears pierced? And he kept saying to me, Bryan, you're 18 years old. You don't need me to tell you to do that. Yeah. But I wanted his permission.
Yeah.
I get that because you look up to your father. But there were certain things, if he were to told me, Bryan, I want you to go join the Navy, I'd have been like, I love you, Dad, but I'm not joining the Navy because that's not the life for me. I don't like being told what to do. So we can talk all we want about he's from this heritage or he's from that. He's 20 years old.
Yeah.
Right. So if he, and we're just kind of assuming that he's being told what to do and he doesn't like it, but he's got to go along with it. Why are we assuming that? We're assuming that because we want to try to run cover for him. So I think there's errors.
Oh, there's absolutely they're absolutely running cover, but it's too late.
Right.
It's too late. That's the point. And that's why I say when it's good to try and give analogies and make conversations, but it's like, with having people in my family that served, this situation I would keep as far as away from trying to give them equivalency.
We can agree.
You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's personal. Maybe that's personal to me.
That's fine. We've both had family members that have served. That's fine. We can
move
on
I say
past
just
that part.
at the end of the day, 19, 20, wherever he is, look,
he'll be 21.
My daughter is 22 and she still needs to be fathered. And she's going to probably be 30 and still need to be fathered. Unfortunately, I think we're looking at a such situation. Well, I'm not going to say that because I would never speak against anybody, how someone fathers their children. So I'm not going to say that because that would be disrespectful. But I question the counsel at this point that's taking place. I question that. And I think that's playing out in front of everybody.
Yeah.
That's it. I question the council. He has chosen to raise whatever he's chosen to be the best for his family.
Right.
I would never speak against another man,
right?
How he does that.
Your daughter will need to be fathered. I still go to my dad for advice. I'm 46 years old, so I go to my dad for advice. But was USC the school you'd have picked for your daughter?
Say it again.
Is your daughter graduating high school and moving out to Los Angeles by herself your choice? Was that where you told her to go?
Her college choice was her first choice.
There you go. And you raised her to be in a position to make those type of big decisions on her own. You'll be there for her. You'll give her whatever counsel she needs. You'll give her whatever support she needs. But baby girl, this is your decision. Right? That's not what's
every decision. I can't say that.
Are saying here.
The college choice was her decision. Every decision after that was. I didn't leave every decision just up to her.
I understand that
while she was in college.
I get all
That's where being a father is, knowing when to let them grow up a little bit.
She could ultimately still decide to do whatever she wants. Now, there's consequences to that.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, okay, you're a grown-up now, then I'm going to go ahead and not give you rent money. I'm not saying your situation. I'm saying in general, not going to give you rent money anymore. You want to make grown-up decisions, and you can. So, but the point is that we're spending too much time, in my opinion, running cover for different people or trying to point fingers. And the whole point that I'm frustrated by this conversation is because ultimately you and I agree that there's blame everywhere for this situation.
Yeah.
And it was the most, I would have been shocked if Nico would have finished his whole career at Tennessee, going back to when he signed. If you said he's going to stay,
he had one more year that he had. I'd have been like,
yeah, because he backed up in 2020.
Yeah, so he could have been gone.
No, he's got 25 and 26.
No, I'm saying he can go to the NFL
after next year,
after next season.
But I'd have been shocked if he would have finished at Tennessee.
Yeah.
So this is what we're talking about is you got him this way, and you're shocked and appalled that he's still acting that way.
Yeah.
That's where my sympathy for they made the right choice. Tennessee made the right choice. But my it's not a praise like, oh, great job, guys. Because let's be honest about something else. If Nico would have thrown for 4,000 yards and 40, if he'd have put up Hendon Hooker numbers, do you think that we'd be sitting here having this conversation and they would have said, hey, you can walk? Do you think?
No.
Heck no. So get off your high horse. You're only doing this because he hasn't played as well as you hoped he would play. If he was coming off of putting
that's a way of looking at it. Actually, if he had played well, I probably would have been asking for more. Honestly.
But the point is they'd have given it to him. That's my point.
They probably would, they're
not going to let a kid that put up Hendon Hooker numbers walk. But that's the whole problem here, Shaun. The whole problem is this is how you got him there.
It's so bad. Yeah.
Why are you surprised now? Like, we know of a player, and I don't want to mention his name unless you feel it's good to mention it, but we know of a big-time player at Notre Dame that got offered $7 figures to go to a SEC school.
Yeah.
And, it was big-time money, and I don't believe that Notre Dame fully matched. But the reason it was never I'm thinking about leaving conversation, which my understanding of the story is that he was not thinking of leaving. He's just letting Notre Dame, hey, I got offered this money.
Yeah.
Is because he didn't come to Notre Dame just because of an NIL package.
Yeah.
He didn't stay at Notre Dame just because of an NIL package. And the programs that are doing that are the ones that are winning. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
So when Ohio State paid veterans to come back instead of going to the NFL, that's a different situation because you have an opportunity that you've earned. The NFL's waiting for you. You could be a second-round pick, first-round pick. But we think you bring value to us, and the value in order to get you to stay is this. But you're bringing back a player that's bought in to what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
That's different than over here, where you are not worth, well, I shouldn't say this. You are not worth what you are not worth the money you're asking for according to Tennessee. Because I say this all the time. You're worth what someone's willing to pay you. You may think you're worth $10 million, but if no one's willing to pay you $10 million, and you're not worth $10 million.
Yeah.
You're worth, they're only willing to pay you $50,000. You know, like you remember that kid who went pro? It was Red. He declared for the NBA same year that Kevin Garnett did. His name was like Red something. I forget. And like he had like Charleston offers and stuff like that. But he's like, I'm an NBA player. Well, you can think you're an NBA player all you want, but the NBA doesn't think you're an NBA player, so you're not an NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's the reality of it is, but if he put up, this is why more my sympathy for Tennessee does not exist, because y'all know if Nico put up monster numbers, like if he did all season what he did the first 3 games, y'all know you're paying him the money that he wants. Y'all know you are. So spare me the self-righteous. We're just, and listening to Mario Cristobal's like little childish comments. Like, get out of here with that mess, man.
He is such.
You convinced Cam Ward to leave the NFL just because you paid him a lot of money. Spare me with that. Spare me with that.
He clout chases more than any head coach I've ever seen.
Why don't you try beating Georgia Tech once? Then you can come talk to me.
He's bad. So that for me, and I tweeted this out when everything broke, because everybody was just talking about Nico. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Everybody's culpable in this thing.
Yes.
Like, we got to stop this.
There's no winners here, Shaun.
That low-hanging fruit of just pointing to the kid, like, stop. And for me, I experienced it, like I said, from what I've done over the years. Adults constantly want to blame the generation that's before them and never want to take accountability for the atmosphere that they created.
Yep.
I told a story recently. I went back to my high school recently, and I apologized to the kids because they have closed campus. They can't go anywhere, B. They can't go for lunch. They have to eat cafeteria food, right? And we had open campus when I was there. And we abused it as much as it can be abused. We didn't go to the local restaurants. We drove downtown. We went to other high school campuses to look at girls. We flat out abused it. And so I said, man, it's my fault that you guys are in this position. And that's just the truth of the matter. Mm-hmm. If we had done right and operated according to the rules and the liberty we were given, you guys would still have the same liberty.
Yeah.
But I can't point to them and say, well, man, what are you guys doing?
It's like when the second child gets a curfew that's real strict, more so than the first child, and you're like, why? Because the first child abused it, right? Exactly. A lot of times that's how it is.
And so, dude, this is constant in the evolution of rules, constantly being bent, broken, and it is.
And having no core, you have no core.
You have no core
value.
And then you have parents who honestly are trying to grab whatever they can grab for themselves,
right?
And the rest of their family out of the situation instead of allowing their child to enjoy the experience. I'm blessed right now that my daughter is living a dream, right? How would I look to get the NBA that I got and to send it back like, no, I'm gonna need something else.
I'll give you an example, Shaun. I know of a dad who has a son. He's, I think, his third child, and he had a rule in his house: if you get a full scholarship to college, I will buy you a brand new car. That was the deal. First child got it. Second child got it. Third child comes along, and he's a big-time football player, and he's got some pretty big NIL deals. He can buy his own car. Dad said, but this is the deal that we made. I'm going to still buy you the car. Right? But it's like you're at the same time, he's also saying, but now my child still I have to teach my child to make decisions here, decisions there, things like that. Like, that's not a dad saying, well, he's got his now, you should be buying me a car. It's no. This is the deal we made with my family, and this is how we're going to do it. But this is also a kid who you're raising to say, hey, look, you've got to do this, you've got to do this, you got to make this decision because this is about you, right? You earned that. I'm not going to punish you because you earned that, and it's not my money. And there's a lot, and that's not new. I mean, do we remember Todd Marinovich? This isn't a new thing. It's just now there's greater money on the line. But my frustration, Shaun, is this notion that we are trying to pick winners and losers here when there's really just nothing but losers here. Somebody made a comment in the chat about Dan Lanning. And I'm like, good, Dan Lanning should have called Tennessee. But can we be real about something else?
Right.
If Lanning didn't have a
The
quarterback
nerve.
situation he was happy about, he would have flat out been like, hey, bro, come on over. You know what I mean? He's doing that because he's happy with Dante and Austin Novosad. I mean, if Lincoln Riley wasn't happy with his quarterback situation, do you think he'd be like, nah, I'm good? If Deion Sanders didn't have anybody at quarterback, do you think he'd be like, nah, I'm good? They'd be like, all right, come on over. That's the thing that just disgusts me about this whole thing, Shaun, is we do this all the time in sports. It's like we got to pick one. There's nothing but losing going around here. There's nothing but losing going around. It's such an unfortunate situation. And there's just so many people that are just pretending that they're virtuous when they're not. As we said, if Nico put up Hendon Hooker numbers last year, he's getting paid. They're paying him every dime that he asked for. Let's be honest about that. Because they couldn't take the perception hit by letting a guy like that walk.
Mm-hmm.
Their donors would have destroyed them. But the other thing is they could have just gone to their donors and say, hey, look, this kid wants $5 million. We got to give him $5 million.
Yeah. And
they'd have paid him like that. But the donors are like, dude, 19 touchdown passes in 13 games last year. I'm not paying him $4 million. I don't want to pay him $2 million. I think he's overpaid already. You know what I mean? Because of the production. Yeah. So this isn't about a cause. I have core value. I will never do this unless you throw 40 touchdowns.
And see, this is the interesting dynamic, right? Because he had a chance. This is what I don't understand. And this is what I would really like to dig in. If they were asking this money and threatening to sit out, he didn't sit out. And then he went out and played harder than anybody else. So that now it's not adding up. It's like, right. So was that him pushing back? And now, because if he, it would have been more. Don't know,
and I can spin it anyway.
You have more leverage to sit out the playoff game.
Right.
That, for me, that's more leverage than sitting out a practice.
Well, I think it's different types of leverage. Because I think ultimately he knew there was no way he was going to set out a playoff game. If you want to talk about destroying your reputation,
oh yeah,
walk away from a team going to the playoff. That was all a bluff. There was no way he was going to sit out then. They knew that. This is the one time he actually had some leverage. Now I think he misjudged his leverage, but I think this is the one time he had some leverage. Was because, hey, look, we've been through spring. I want this, and if you don't give it to me, I'm going to walk.
This is the gift, Notre Dame fans, for all the complaints about how Notre Dame recruits. This is why Notre Dame recruits the way they recruit. So you don't have stuff like this popping up.
Right.
I'm not here to say that you won't have anybody jump in the portal from Notre Dame. I'm not even saying you're going to have somebody quietly approach Notre Dame.
Right.
Right? Like, look here. I can't speak to what's happened, but I can only guess that if teams are offering big deals to a guy that's a freshman All-American, that Notre Dame knows, okay, we might need to look at this moving forward. No one has to come out publicly. Mm-hmm. They're wise enough to know.
Well, and that's where they misplayed this, is because this is not unique to Nico.
No.
And like, it's just Nico's the one who abused the system the way that he has. Just whether it's the dad, the agent, I mean, everybody's pointing the finger at everybody else now. Like, that's what's happening now. Like, you read one story and it's like the dad was just like, man, I found out what the agent was doing and I tried to fix it, but it was too late. And then other people saying, like, he didn't even really have a real agent that even had that kind of authority. The dad's the driver of this one. And then other people are like, well, Tennessee's over there, they're running cover. Well, we had to stand on principle and we had to, give me a break. All of you guys are liars. You're all liars. Everybody's trying to run cover because they all played this horribly.
Because how are you standing on principle and it was reported that you were in active negotiations? That's not standing on principle. Standing on principle is flat out no.
You have a contract.
Yes.
You haven't played well enough to get more than that. The negotiation is you show up tomorrow.
Yes.
That's the negotiation.
Yes. Not
so
we're in
you
negotiations.
You would have given him more. You just weren't comfortable with that much. Why were you not comfortable that much more?
Absolutely.
Not because you don't have it. You didn't earn it. So spare me with exactly. So spare me with the moral high ground. We want you to honor your contract. You would have given him more money if he threw 40 touchdown passes last year and you beat Ohio State in Columbus. Come on, man. You know you would have. So but this is where we're at, Shaun. This is the system that we're at. And people and you know what else I find super lazy? People say, this isn't the kid's fault. This is the NCAA's fault. That might be the most lazy take. When you're talking about a school who literally sued the NCAA for trying to put up guardrails against this type of thing. Now, again, I have no sympathy for the NCAA because we're here because of them. They are the. It's like, Shaun, you and I, we study the Bible, right? Like, look, Satan was the original. Like, he brought sin into the world, but this thing happening in our time, that's on us, right? We can't keep going back to them. We are choosing these things. Satan didn't make me do this thing. I chose to do this thing that's wrong. And now I'm trying to go, oh, no. It's his fault. No. You're grown up. You did this, right? So I have no sympathy for the NCAA. But spare me the whole, well, this only happened because the NCAA, because that's the school, the very school and the very recruitment and the very recruit and the very contract that the NCAA tried to push back on to say, that's not NIL, that's just pay for play. So they wanted to investigate it. They got sued and lost, and they basically said, you can't do anything. So spare me with the whole, the NCAA didn't give us any rules. They tried, and you kept suing them. So, like, that's why it's like that might be the laziest take of all.
And see, that
right there.
This right here, I'll say this, and this would be the last thing I have to say because it reminded me of like how my dad was with me and how I am with my daughter. My dad would say to me, he would see me make a mistake and say, that's me and you. Mm-hmm. That's my fault, son. Moving forward, this is what you need to do. And I do the same thing with my daughter. She's 21. When she makes a mistake, you know what? It's okay, baby girl. I recognize that. You got that from me. All right. But this is how you improve. This is how I overcame that. This is what you need to do to overcome it. And no one's talking to each other. Everybody is going looking for help elsewhere instead of talking to each other, saying, NCAA saying, you know what? This is the mistake we made for years. Athletes, this is what we need to do. Mm-hmm. Right? And you guys don't need to go all Wild West. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about this and figure this out for the better of everybody.
Right.
So we can have continuity across the board. Right. Because that's what should take place.
Well, like, and to a degree, don't you think they kind of in their own crap way did that?
I think at some point after they got through throwing a tantrum, they tried to do
the initial tantrum.
Absolutely.
Correct. Like
absolutely.
after the initial ruling that said
absolutely
this, do a tantrum. And then when this stuff started, like they didn't give any guidance at first.
Absolutely.
Then somebody sees this again and they try to step in and give guidance, which is what the NCAA always does. They're always late to the party. Yeah. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
But like they didn't immediately go to Congress and ask Congress to bail them out. They went to Congress because every time they tried to do anything, they get sued and they would lose. So it's like we can blame the NCAA as the original sinner of this thing. We can say the NCAA are horrible stewards of this sport we love because they are. But it's lazy to blame the NCAA for everything that happens when you're, especially in this case, talking about a school that is one of the original perpetrators of the Wild West we have now, if not the original perpetrator of the Wild West we have now. Because I don't view Ed O'Bannon that way. I don't love how Ed O'Bannon went about certain things. But at the end of the day, I think Ed O'Bannon had a righteous cause, even though I don't necessarily agree with the way he went about it. That's not why we're here. We're here because Ed O'Bannon was in a position where he had to sue the NCAA and had a good reason. Like if you were giving kids a certain amount of money and Ed O'Bannon tried to sue, he'd have had no leg to stand on. Well, you're not happy about your NBA career, so you're not trying to go back and do this. Like when I'm listening to some of these athletes from like track and gymnastics at these committee hearings saying, well, No, we deserve some of that back pay. You made you produced no revenue. You don't get money. Why are we paying gymnasts and swimmers revenue from back pay when they aren't producing revenue?
If I'm not mistaken, I think the payout cutoff is 2014.
Correct.
I think the kids from 14 on can get a check. They can actually qualify.
Back pay is you have to pay student athletes of all sports money, when in reality, a lot of sports don't deserve money.
Revenue generating sports.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
If you are in a sport that generally does not produce revenue, you should not get money for revenue that was earned by people that did.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is just junk, Shaun. Yeah. And I'm not one who has sympathy for the NCAA, but I'm sick and tired, like you are, of how people are. Let's always just blame the youngest person in the conversation, right? And that's, I think, at the heart of what you're talking about. Why are we always jumping to it's only the player's fault? Okay, I'm sympathetic to that. I also find it just as annoying when it's just lazily blame the NCAA for everything, when in reality, there's plenty to blame them for. This ain't it.
Yeah.
This one ain't it. And so you want to blame the NCAA for why the portal is an absolute dumpster fire? Let's have at it. You want to blame them for why we're even in this world to begin with? Let's have at it. Big picture. This Tennessee case, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because none of y'all are righteous in this situation. And I'll say this, though, Shaun. I don't think this is going to become the norm for two reasons.
No, I think it's a one-off.
It's going to be one of very few.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is, number one is I think eventually we're going to have more guardrails that are going to get put up, either whether it's by Congress or whatever the case may be. So this isn't going to go on for 10 more years. Number two, I think this situation where Nico's situation was always unique compared to most other student athletes. And number three, I do think Tennessee's stance is going to be something that maybe gives some other players that thought about trying this a bit of a pause. Yeah, this might not be a good idea. But the last thing I'll say is this, Shaun. My advice to every parent out there who has a child going through this process, I despise I despise so much about a lot of these agents and these lawyers that are trying to jump into this process and just they're willing to destroy the sport in order to get theirs. But there's also a lot of agents out there that are looking to, yes, they're going to get paid. They deserve to get paid because they're doing a service, but they are genuinely looking out for your best interests. Find one of those. Do not try to do this as a parent. You be mom or dad, hire a professional to go out there and do these things for you. He should have absolutely had a lawyer or an agent handling this because they would have known how the process works. I think it was Andy Staples, that talked about this earlier today. He's like, this is why you have agents. Let them do this. And then that way you can just focus on being a teammate, doing all this. And then, if decisions have to get made, decisions have to get made. But this is why parents should not be doing this, Shaun, because you don't know how this process works, in my opinion. A parent needs to always look out for their children's best interest, but not in this way. You should not be the one shopping your child around. Hire someone else to do that. And then you give them parameters. Hey, listen, this is what we're looking for. Now you go handle it. Because at the end of the day, the way that they went about this was going to destroy this relationship because it was them that was the ones handling it, not some agent. It's just my agent told me I need to.
It's almost like, where does the buck stop?
Right.
Where does the buck stop? Somebody has to make the tough. We just talked about the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Like Marcus Freeman has to make a tough decision. The buck stops with him, right? Mm-hmm. Where does the buck stop in this?
Yeah.
Now, who finally steps up and makes it? We could talk about, okay, the parents should have stepped out of the way and let the agent handle it. Okay, where's the agent giving wisdom, saying, yo, this is very dangerous. This is not going to work. I wouldn't advise this. Like, where does the buck stop? Or does it go to Nico saying, you know what? I'm not skipping practice. It's a lot of chances for everybody to be the wise person in this situation. And it seems like all of those people failed when they got the opportunity to do it. It's just a total collapse and total failure at every stop. And the only reason it stopped is because the price got too high for Tennessee. That's
Bingo.
it. That's it.
Bingo.
That's
There's no moral stance.
It stopped.
There's no moral stance that they made.
No.
There was no, we believe in this ethic. When you make a commitment, you honor your commitment. They don't have a problem with him tampering with other schools because they tamper all the time. We know that for a fact. It's like Dan Lanning talking about, like, I can't believe you're shopping. He only did that because he didn't want him. That's one, like somebody in the chat, that's one of the biggest tamperers in all of college football right now is Oregon. So and I
don't think anybody argued. See, this is for me, once again, it's not about whether or not 18, 19, 20-year-olds are adults. You to be an adult, that don't make you a grown man. Right. I know a lot of people that are 35-year-old adults that are not grown men.
Well, and I know adults who are grown men who just make bad choices.
That as well. So we relegate everything to ages and numbers. Look, at the end of the day, this was a flat out failure at every level. And I just don't foresee that happening. Like people bring up Bryce Underwood. I don't know who Bryce Underwood's parents are. I don't know how involved they are. I don't know if it's an agency handling it. I don't know that. So I can't speak to what's going to happen. It's also a very
different situation, Shaun. Bryce Underwood went through the process and said, hey, look, this is what basically the asking price is. And if you want to be involved in it, this is how it's going to work. And I think at the end of the day, Bryce Underwood ended up going where he wanted to go. I think the only reason he picked LSU was because at the time that was a great deal for him. And eventually his home school stepped up to the plate. And that's ultimately so he got the best deal and where he wanted to go. But that's the process. It's not Bryce Underwood showing up and then right before spring practice saying, like, again, none of this is about, I can't believe Nico doesn't deserve a dime. I'm not saying that. I never said that. I don't think he's worth the money they paid him, but they made the choice to pay a kid who'd never taken a snap of high school college football that amount of money. So he deserved that money because you agreed to pay him that amount of money.
Yeah.
That's the process.
Yeah.
The process is not, well, I don't like the deal now. I think I deserve more. So I'm going to ask for more. Okay, you can ask. That's fine. I mean, why not ask? Because what if they said yes? What if you went to Tennessee and said, listen, I think he's worth more money because this reason, this other reason. And they said, all right, cool. We got you. You know, okay, why not ask? But then to ask and then go down this road is more the problem.
Yeah.
And I
actually applaud. It's funny, you just said that and breaking it down about adults that don't make good bet. Every time my daughter has left the house as a teenager, the last word she would hear from my wife was make good decisions. That's the last thing she would hear from my wife as she walked out the door. Make good decisions. So for the most part, thanks be to God, our child has made good decisions the vast majority of the time. And there are times where she hasn't made good decisions.
It's part of living.
14, 15, 16. Heck, she's made some bad. I get tickets mailed to my house. That's a bad decision. I'm not out there. She's making a bad decision where she parks. Right? That's a bad decision. And until she gets to a point where she's making, but my point is she's made good decisions at 14. She's making good decisions now. A good decision doesn't make you an adult. The opportunity to make a good decision doesn't make you an adult. You have to get to a point in life where now everything can be put on you. And for me, that's when it's like, okay, now, you're grown. I won't use the word adult because that becomes tricky for people. Now you're grown. The day I left from under my father's house and became the proprietor of my life and became responsible for the lives of others, that took me to a whole nother level in being a man, whole nother level that I could have never gotten to until I came from out under my father. I was never going to be able to do that, still being under his roof, abiding by his rules. When you abide by your own rules, that right there, in my opinion, that's why I say there is no way, looking at the evidence, that young man is abiding by his own rules. hopefully he'll get there,
right,
learning from this situation. But in the midst of this situation,
and we've talked about this.
There
with
is
Dante
no
too,
way
Sean.
that was
This
the
is,
case.
right. This
This
isn't
way
the
that was the
first time.
case. Yeah.
We talked about this with Dante.
Dante
At some
Moore.
point in time, you've got to step up and say, man, this is my decision. You and I both know that there have been parents. You and I know of situations where there's parents of Notre Dame players that have gone to their child and said, you need to jump in the portal.
Yeah. That's
and
tough.
The kid said, no, I'm not. I'm staying.
Yeah, that's tough.
You know, I've said this. I've told this. I'm allowed to tell it now, but there were people around Xavier Watts that said, hey, you know, I think you need to think about going pro.
Yep.
Now, they weren't like pushing him. That was their counsel. I think this. And Xavier said, no, because I believe what's best for my future is to come back. I have more to improve. And he found he had an agent that was honest with him about that, gave him good advice. And Xavier said, no, now that doesn't mean anyone disagreed with him. Like, hey, you asked for my opinion, we'll give it to you because I care about you. I love you. But ultimately, it's got to be your decision. But we know of plenty of cases where there were parents that were far more adamant to their child that you need to do this. And the kid said, no, I'm going to do, because that's not what's best for me. That's not what I want to do. And you know, that's ultimately where it's got to be. But at the end of the day, Sean, my final takeaway is on this particular situation is there's no winners here. Tennessee is not a winner. I think Nico's an overrated quarterback, but he's still better than what they have there. He's not a winner. His parents are definitely not. College football is not a winner here. Like, it's just there's nobody won here except maybe the backup quarterback at Tennessee, because now he gets to become the starting quarterback at Tennessee. But at the end of the day, there are no winners here. The system is broken, but this isn't an example as much of the broken system as this is just sort of like a worst case scenario that I just don't see happening a whole lot.
You know what was more egregious than anything from everything I read?
What people kept trying to say that Notre Dame was a likely target or a possible target. That was the most egregious thing for me.
If I am Tennessee and the coaching staff, when you think you have a say-so on my roster decisions and what I bring in the transfer portal, now we have a problem. You can talk about negotiations and money. It's been reported that they went and said you need to give him more help on the offensive line.
Yeah, I think Ryan Roberts had a story about that. That was like had a lot of that good.
He needs more help on the offensive line.
Right.
Okay, that's fine.
Right.
I think that's pretty obvious to the coaches. We watch film. Right. We know what we need.
You think?
But then when we bring in guys,
we had no idea.
That's not good enough.
Yeah.
What you brought in is not okay. That would have
right. First of all, I believe that was told to that who wrote that story. I believe they were told that. I don't buy that for 1 second that was the driving force behind it. That's cover. We now look stupid, and we've got to run cover. So, and he published that on the board. So if you want to read it, check it out. It's on the message.
To me, that's crazy work.
Yeah,
because you can talk about money and negotiations and all that's fine. But as a parent, when you start questioning how I build a roster.
But if you're Tennessee, if what he reported it actually is how it went down, and again, he's just saying this is what I was told. If that actually went down, then Tennessee, you are even stupider than we thought that you were.
Yeah.
Because you knew that was happening. Did you really think it was over when you decided? Did you really think it was over? Are you really that stupid?
Yeah.
You thought that he wasn't going to potentially come back again for something different? If he was going to sit out the play, what if he comes back next year and he has a really good year and you're about to go to the playoffs again and he threw for 35 touchdowns and threw for 3,800 yards and actually was the reason you're in the playoffs? You really think he's going to be like, I learned my lesson last year? Or is he going to say, I have even more leverage now? Like, that's on you. You put yourself in this situation.
Yeah.
I'd have told him to walk from the very beginning. The minute I'd have said, okay, we need to do what we need to do to get through this playoff game. But after the season, I'd have sat him and say, I think you might need to jump in the portal. Or I'd have said, look, this is what is expected of you if you're going to stay here. You're going to do this. You're not going to be telling us what we need to do with our roster. You're not going to be doing this. You are committing to this.
Yeah.
And if you can't commit to that, then go in the portal. If you can commit to that, We'd love to have you. We think we can win a lot of games together next year. So again, Tennessee made the right decision. That's the only thing they did right in this whole process was that they made a decision. But I would even argue they were late in making the decision. If Shaun,
were they put in a position where that was the only true option?
Yes. Look, I know Marcus Freeman, I think, well enough. I know some other coaches in college football well enough. I would throw James Franklin in that conversation. I would throw Dabo into that conversation. I would throw Kirby into this conversation. That if a quarterback or anybody would have come to them with the demands that we're hearing that Nico's family made, there would have been a long come to Jesus conversation about what you need to do to stay. You think you're going to demand us? No. We're now dictating terms about whether or not you're going to be part of this, and we're going to make sure we let everybody know why we're dropping you.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But you didn't do that, and that's why you're here. It never would have got here with Kirby. And I don't even like Kirby Smart. It would never got here with Dabo. It never would have got here with Marcus Freeman. It never would have got here with James Franklin, in my opinion. With a lot of the good coaches in college football that win.
It's true.
And know how to build teams. Because they're like, no, you're not. This is not how this is going to go. But they didn't do that, and that's why we're here. And I think this has been a big flaw for Josh Heupel. I think he's too much of a player's coach. And they play this game too much, which is why, remember when their last great season got ruined? Because you're hearing about fights in the locker room before and after games because this guy's mad that this guy's getting this money and that kind of thing and all this. This is the culture you've built.
Yeah.
You don't hear that happening at Ohio State. You don't hear that happening at Notre Dame. You don't hear that happening at Clemson. You hear it happen at Tennessee all the time. So this is a Tennessee problem more than it is this is going to keep happening in college football.
Yeah.
There's a lot of brokenness. I don't see this becoming the norm. I don't think it's going to be the last one. There will be other players that threaten to sit out playoff games and all that. It's just never going to be this egregious.
But the conversations and the tampering and this happens all the time.
All the time.
This happens all the time. The conversations, the renegotiations, people know, right?
Right.
And you know what you have to do. But see, regardless of what happens, your character is the anchor.
Right.
Notre Dame and how they handle the situation is not going to change. It doesn't matter what everybody else says, how everyone else is moving. This is what we do. This is who we are. We operate under good stewardship. That's who we are, and we're going to continue to do that. Other people that are moved based upon situations and circumstances, I mean, if that's what they choose to do, then they fall prey to it. They're going to fall prey to it. You reap what you sow. Unfortunately, that is what takes place in life.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, Shaun, I think that was a fun debate, fun discussion. No doubt about it.
I don't think it was a debate. It was just
there were certain things we didn't agree on, but that's great, Shaun. We don't have to always see things the right way. You know, or the right way. Didn't mean that. The same way. Because at the end of the day, you and I are on the same page about the heart of it. We just may not always agree on every little thing, but the discussion is what I was trying to say, which is why I went to discussion quickly afterwards, because it is. I'm just so sad, Shaun, that we're even here having this conversation.
You know something else that's part of it, Bryan? We have universities that have reneged on said contracts as well.
That's right.
Like all of this.
I've said this before. Like I'm not even against players sitting out. Like I've said, Shaun, like if you commit to go to a school and even if it wasn't your only reason, but they say you come here, like I'll give you an example. Let's just flip the script a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's say getting ready to go into the playoff, and Tennessee hasn't paid Nico in 6 months. They're supposed to pay him every month. They're supposed to pay him X amount of dollars, and they haven't paid him since April. Okay?
Yeah.
Then he wants to say, listen, if you don't pay me this money you owe me, I'm not playing. I hate that comes to that, but you know what? What else can he do? You know what I mean? Like I've been told this by a friend of mine who's involved in a Power 5 program, and he's talking about how in basketball season, there's guys that are sitting out with injuries that aren't really injured, but the school has the boot. They're not paying him. It's not that he's holding out. It's you have literally not paid me what you said you were going to pay me. What recourse do I have
other than this?
And it disgusts me. So again, the schools are not these high and mighty. Oh, we just are trying to help kids get educations, and you're getting because the whole but he's getting a free education thing doesn't matter when you don't require that guy to go to class and get an actual education. Yeah. Alabama.
Yeah.
So spare me all that stuff. You just gave the kid a piece of paper and made millions off of him.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing. So I have no sympathy for the schools. You make up the NCAA. I have no sympathy for the NCAA.
Yeah.
And I have no sympathy for certain things that the young people do. Just because the system is this way doesn't mean you need to do this. I'm so tired of that too. Well, it's not their fault. Their proxy system. Well, I have alcoholics in my family. I'm not an alcoholic, and I'm saying, so well, it's not my fault. It's my family's fault. They were this way. No, you made choices. Yes, you had bad examples. You had terrible examples. At the end of the day, you're now 27 years old. It's time for you to start making your own decisions, and you stop blaming mommy and daddy for why you're the way that you are. And I just hate that we keep having this conversation, Shaun, because it's a great sport.
Mm-hmm.
And it was never pure. It was never pure from a business side. It hasn't been pure for decades.
Yes, it was. Oh, yeah, it was. That's what people believe. Oh,
no. I mean, okay, you're being. It wasn't. The minute you started making money, like it was pure maybe 60, 70, 80 years ago when it was literally just.
When Florida and Alabama played the SEC championship game.
It was really in the 80s when that Supreme Court decision that basically allowed conferences to negotiate their own deals.
Negotiate their own TV deals.
That's when it really turned.
Yeah.
But there were still things going on that weren't pure. That Eric Dickerson's, Trans A&M.
SMU and all of that.
It was never pure.
Yeah.
There's been players, getting fake degrees, not having to go. I mean, it's never been pure from that standpoint. But this has gone so far that I'm hoping that it has exposed all of the warts of the dirty side of this business, and eventually we can get back to these things. But if Congress steps in, Congress is going to say, well, if you don't graduate X number of your players and get real degrees and demand they go to class and demand that they do this and demand they do that, or you're not going to get this, they're not going to do that because it's still ultimately about the business.
Yeah.
And the players deserve certain things, but this just isn't the way. And it's a gross process, and it just makes me sad. But at the end of the day, what I think is the only thing saving college football right now, Shaun, is the on-field product, in my opinion, is as good as it's ever been. That's all that, like, if the on-field product was boring and dull and just not fun to watch, and all this stuff was going on, people would find something else to do.
You know what's interesting about that, though? It's a double-edged sword, right? Because we're talking about the negative side. The powers that be love the portal because it pushes the talent to the top teams. Mm-hmm. They want the playoffs to be dominated by the Big Ten and the SEC.
They were thrilled.
They're thrilled.
The Final Four was Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame.
Absolutely.
They don't want Boise State in the semifinals.
The Final Four
exactly.
for men's basketball because of the transfer portal.
Right.
Thrilled.
Right. No more Butlers, no more Loyola Chicagos, no more Princetons. We don't want that.
No.
Because it's about the TV money, baby.
Absolutely. They're thrilled. This is they love it. And this is the double-edged sword that they're willing to deal with to make sure that revenue continues to grow and the TV deals get sweetened. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. They're willing, as much as we're sitting up here defending in certain aspects the powers that be.
I'm not defending them at all. I'm simply saying don't blame them for things that aren't their fault.
Yeah.
There's plenty of things to crush the NCAA for. We don't need to. They're not the boogeyman that deserves blame for everything.
Mm-hmm.
You do this, it's my dad's fault. You do that, it's my dad's fault. You do this, it's my dad's fault.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's not your dad's fault. Like I said, this Tennessee thing, you literally can't cry about guardrails when you sued the NCAA for trying to put up guardrails based on how you, at the time, illegally, because it was not legal what Tennessee did with Nico. There were rules that said you can't do this.
Yeah.
When Tennessee said, F you, we're going to do it anyway. And if you try to come at us, we're going to sue you. And because they knew they're going to win.
Yeah.
That's why they did it. So I don't have sympathy for you. And I don't have sympathy for the NCAA because, again, as I said, they're why we're here.
You know who Josh Heupel thinks he is? He thinks he's Roy Williams. Roy Williams saw this coming and was like, "Nah, I can't do it. This NIL, I can't. I refuse."
Saban was the same way.
Yeah,
Saban wasn't afraid of the competition. Saban would have dominated this NIL era like he did before.
Either way,
it's like I think Nick Saban needs to get off his self-righteous high horse about certain things. We didn't pay players, dude. Shut up. Just stay out of it. Just laugh off Shane Gillis's joke and move on. And Bama Jones and move on. We never did that. Thou doth protest too much, there, Coach Saban. But I do believe, however, that he's someone who truly cared about developing young men.
Yeah.
And when he shares a story about his wife saying, like, what are we doing this for anymore? I believe that to be true.
Yeah.
Of course he paid players, but I still think he cared about certain things. Because when I talk about knowing people at Bama and they didn't make their players go to class, that's not the Saban era. I don't know anyone. This is back in like the Gene Stallings and that era is when people I knew did that. But it's like, I think there was a level of we can't do coaching anymore.
Yeah.
In certain places. Like, I don't think Marcus Freeman's way of running a program would work at a lot of SEC schools. I think Marcus Freeman's way of running things works the way it does because it's Notre Dame.
It's Notre Dame. It's a fit.
And you can get the type of young men that are going to have values beyond just give me the most amount of money possible. You can weed those kids out. You couldn't do what he's doing at certain schools. You couldn't do the way he's doing it at Tennessee, in my opinion. Now, I don't think they should be doing it the way they did it either, but you get my point?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to just be a coach anymore. Because if you chastise a kid, you get that hard on the kid, you push a kid. Could you imagine how many kids would have left Notre Dame after their freshman year during the Lou Holtz era? The way you know what I mean? Man. And because now it's like there's no accountability. Oh, you're not playing, leave. Coach is hard on you, leave. Coach is demanding of you, leave. And you
it's like they brought in, what was that, 91? And they brought in Willie Clark. That was Willie Clark's year, right?
It was around there, yeah. I think it was 90 is the Willie Clark year, wasn't it?
90.
They had that number one ranked recruiting class.
They had the top 2 running backs in the nation, and they come in and they're 5th and 6th on the depth chart.
And neither of them transferred. Wasn't it like Jeff Burris and Reggie Brooks, right? Or no, Reggie was 89. It was Jeff Burris and
Willie Clark.
Yeah, and never left.
No. They said they came to the first practice and saw Ricky Waters running around with his shirt off, and they were like, okay, we understand why we're.
And you're out there throwing deep balls to Rocket. You're like, I'm going to need a year.
I'm going to need a year.
But that's the frustrating thing about this whole thing is, though, Shaun, is like, I heard from somebody that even at Notre Dame, you don't have exit interviews with some kids the way you used to. Now it's the exit interviews. You're meeting with their agent. Like,
that's crazy.
What are we doing here? I'm not saying those conversations shouldn't also happen.
That's crazy.
But those conversations happen after you have the player exit interview and talk about, hey, what do you need to do? What kind of development? Where are you at and all that. But now some of those kids don't even go. And this happens everywhere. It's agents handling it. I'm like, what are we doing here? So I can understand why some people choose, like, you know what, screw this. Like Jay Wright walking away.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Those guys made a lot of millionaires too.
Mm-hmm.
By how, you know what I mean? So I just look at it and say, man, like this isn't good for young people.
No.
But we also can't and shouldn't go back to the way it was, because that wasn't good for them either.
No.
No. And hopefully someday we can find a better path. We'll see. But folks, it's 6:22, which means IB Nation Sports Talk is already rocking and rolling. So head on over to this IB Nation Sports Talk. Shaun, awesome show today, man. Love it.
Get to the super chats.
We do. We got some super chats. Yes, we do. Yeah. We do. ICURN with Irish Luck. Bubba Frasier reminds me of Debo Samuel when I watched him at Chapman while I was nursing school in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Shaun, you kind of mentioned the kid from Ohio State.
Yeah.
I think Debo's another example too.
Yeah.
Debo is even more of a receiver option than even what Curtis Samuel was.
Curtis Samuel was,
at Ohio State. He was more of like a runner and then a receiver second.
Yeah.
I think Debo's a good example because he was a receiver first and a runner second a lot of times. So I think that's a very fair thing. Thank you for the super chat, ICU. Super Mario Henry 1812, thoughts on Gavin Mueller visit? I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on it just yet. I know that they like him, but I think there's just some other players right now that are a little higher on the board. Beezer says, thank you for the super chat, Beezer. Was Deuce abiding by his own rules? Yes and no.
No.
I mean Deuce had influences, very strong influences.
That's why you see Deuce he is socially media miserable.
Is he really?
Watch it. He likes everything Notre Dame.
Are you serious? Oh, that's
recruits, and he likes
everything. Deuce still made his own choices.
He did.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He abided by his own rules because he ultimately made his own choices. Now, he was influenced by people around him, no question.
He was heavily influenced.
But he also made his own choices.
Heavily influenced. A matter of fact, I would say Auburn recruited. Let me shut up.
That's how it was with Keon too, Shaun. Let's be real.
Let me shut up.
Yeah.
He's not here, so there's no reason for me to even.
That is a tailgate story.
Yes. There's no reason to even let loose.
Yeah, it's a tailgate story. And then the last one, this is great, Shaun, from Marky Stewart. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Because I was picking up my wife from the airport in Atlanta. She jumped in the car and said, I think I just saw Brian Driscoll, but he was wearing a Michigan hoodie. I said, that definitely wasn't him. You're getting famous, BD. I appreciate that. 2 comments about that. Number one is, I have said before many times, I used to be a Michigan basketball fan. If I started following college basketball again, I'd probably still root for Michigan. I didn't watch hardly any. I watched a couple games in the tournament. Didn't watch the Final Four, actually, Shaun. But I never wore Michigan stuff after high school. I had some Jalen Rose stuff that I wore back in my early high school days. I had this really sweet reversible mesh Jalen Rose basketball jersey that I would wear, no doubt. But yeah, I definitely don't. My wife wouldn't let me. My wife got me tickets back when we were at Defiance to a Michigan game back when Trey Burke was there. So we drove up from Defiance to Ann Arbor and we went to a game. So this has been like 2013. It was the year they went to the championship. So it was like,
was that 05?
It was actually 2012.
Yeah, you're right. 2012.
We went December. But it was that 2012-2013 season where they
played Louisville in the championship,
right? Worst block call ever.
On Trey Burke?
Not a foul on Trey Burke. Yeah. That was the cleanest block as you're ever going to get. But anyway, so we go to the Michigan game. I pull down the street, and we're going to parking, and we pass by where the big block M is the football stadium. My wife starts going, boo, boo, starts booing it, right? I'm like, I want to go into the merch store and look at some stuff. She walks in, she's like, I can't do it. She walks out. She won't let me go. So I was like, yeah, I don't need to buy anything because I was already starting to kind of become a little less of a Michigan basketball fan. I didn't buy anything, but I did take home my Michigan mug. She goes, you're not taking it home. I said, I'm taking this home. You're not taking it home. I was like, I'm a grown man. Like if I want a Michigan mug, I'm gonna take a Michigan mug home.
I'm a grown man.
She let me go. So I got this mug, and at the bottom it's clear. So it's it's kind of like one of those souvenir mugs, but the bottom is clear. So I'm drinking the mug the first time I get it, put milk in it. I'm drinking the mug, and I get to the bottom. She had written "Go Irish" on the bottom of the mug, but here's the best part, Shaun. She wrote it backwards. So like for her, she's writing it backwards. So she's doing it here. So when I look at it, I see "Go Irish" appropriately.
Right.
Like that's how much she put it. So she's like, if I tried to walk out of my house with a Michigan hoodie on, we would have to go see a marital counselor because my wife would not be having it.
So you never had,
I'm sure you that was not.
I'm a huge. First of all, I'm an Illinois alum. I was a huge Illinois basketball fan and football fan growing up, just from living in the state. And I had a Chris Webber jersey.
Yeah.
I had a Chris Webber jersey.
I started as a Michigan fan the year that Glenn Rice and Ramil Robinson did their thing.
Okay.
And then when the Fab Five came, it was
when they beat us.
Yeah.
When they beat us in the Final Four.
That's Final Four, right? The Flying Illini. That's when I first became because I thought Illinois was kind of generic Syracuse. With their wannabe orange and all that kind of stuff. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. I'm I'm gonna pay for that one later. Just so you know, when I end the show, I'm gonna pay for that one later.
Not generic orange. That's nasty.
You want to be orange and blue? Y'all want to be Syracuse? But yeah. So, but the other reason why I think she looked at me, because I have found that I think I'm the most average looking person on the planet. Because like everyone that I know, I remind them of someone.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm just kind of like a general average looking person, because then everyone has someone that just I remind them of, because I'm kind of that guy. So that's really funny. That was definitely not me, but I love the fact that your wife was thinking about me, and because she watches the show with you. So I appreciate you, man.
It almost sounds like my wife almost accidentally wearing a USC jersey to the blue and gold game Saturday.
Nope. I would have been like, "Hey, Shaun, I know I invited you guys to dinner, but you might want to take off out of here. I can't control what Angela's going to do. I can't do it, man."
The walk up to the stadium, I promise you, before we got up to the stadium, I would have been like, "This is not a good idea." Baby.
Yeah, Shaun, why is your wife wearing a big old coat? It's 75 degrees outside. I don't understand. Why is she wearing this big old Notre Dame parka? I don't get it. Like, trust me, B, we'll talk about it later. I'll tell you later.
I'm in negotiations. By the way, I'm in negotiations. IB Nation, reach out to me. SD2 Mics on social media platforms. I'm in negotiations. My daughter has told me that she is disappointed that I've never been able to represent where my money went. She was like, "You can't wear a hat, a golf hat, or anything." And I'm like, she was pulling on my heart when we had this recent conversation. And I'm like, I guess if I went to California, but I'm like, it's so many Notre Dame fans in California. It would be the moment I wore it. It would be.
That's when you need to even be the strongest, yes. Shaun. If you want to do that, wear something.
For me,
you wear something in your home at Thanksgiving time in your home where no one else sees it, and don't let her photograph it.
Oh,
that's what you. Here's my response. Here's what you don't even go there anymore.
Okay.
Here's the deal I'd make with her. When USC ties the all-time series record, I will wear a USC shirt.
That's never.
Exactly. But hey, it's still somewhat possible.
I guess so.
I mean, and if your daughter doesn't ask the question, well, what's the all-time record? Then, that's on her. She's a grown-up. She needs to be able to be more thoughtful in these deals she's making.
See, Coffee for Closers understands my pain.
Yeah. But Alabama's not the rival of Notre Dame.
That's true.
So, no. Especially when you're out in Cali, you got to be strong. You got to represent more than anything when you're out in Cali. Come on now. People are like, "Hey, is this Shaun?" No, I don't know that guy. I know that's not. I don't know who that.
That's why I said it, because I would be like,
own you like, with a quickness, me. Shaun. With a quickness.
Don't say that, man.
Like that picture, I would disown that. But like, that's not my guy. I don't know who that is. I know Shaun. That's not Shaun. He would never wear that. I know Shaun. He wouldn't do that. So,
man.
All right, my man. Well, hey, Shaun, good stuff. Head on over to IB Nation Sports Talk, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'll be back with Trev tomorrow. Not sure the start time. We're having some work done in our home, so our timing is going to be a little funky these next 2 weeks, folks. Bear with us. But that, Shaun, is why you need to be subscribed and hit that notification bell. And also, I'll tell you on the board. I'll also tweet it out. You can follow me at Coach D178. I always text out or tweet out when we're going to start our shows. It'll either be 1 or 2 the next couple weeks, just to let you all know. But for Shaun, I'm Bryan. Have an awesome rest of your day. Head on over to IB Nation Sports Talk. Check out what the guys are talking about, and we'll talk to you all again here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.